to do with the running affairs in this country at this third annual National Labour Convention and Expo for of the national anthem and as well the first stanza and the chorus of the East African anthem. This time round, DJ, do you want to escort us? Oh, you don't? Fine. We will do fine with ourselves. Shall we? I will take the national responsibility of giving you the key. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Dear God, in the various forms in which we worship you, understand you, and pray to you, we thank you for bringing us here and convening us here again. As we come to the conclusion, help us to understand what we ought to understand. In your name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats in the order of your salaries. That's the point at which some people looked around to see before whom they should sit. But the good thing with government, the salary scales are known. My name is Samson Kasumba, and I'm still standing, largely because Sheila Gashumba informed the nation that ours is 50,000, and it is known, and we have no qualms about it. I will be directing events today, and I would encourage you to dissuade yourselves from following that program. I have the most recent program as amended, so it will be following from here. We will begin off the program today with the remarks from a very polished individual and guest who has just joined us today. You will see the manner and nature of his polish when he stands up to come and make the opening remarks. It is my privilege and pleasure to invite the Deputy Solicitor General to make his remarks of the morning. Mr. Charles Owooma, please come and demonstrate to all and sundry what polish looks like in flesh and blood. The kind ones will give him a hand clap. Just the kind ones, not everybody.
Thank you, Samson. Yeah. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development in absentia, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, whom I haven't seen, but at this juncture, allow me to recognize the PS Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development Emeritus, but also Secretary to the Judiciary. You'll excuse the disorder in protocol. This was as per the speech, but I'd also like to recognize the Honorable Justice Wabwire Musana, Judge of the Industrial Court, the representative of the International Labour Organization, government officials present, the representative of the Federation of Uganda Employers, the representatives of the labor unions, members of the civil society present, to all the workers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I bring you greetings and best wishes from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I do appear before you today on behalf of the Deputy Attorney General, the Honorable Kafuzi Jackson Karugaba, who could not be with us today because he's away at the East African Community headquarters in Arusha attending official business. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude for the invitation to attend this third annual National Labour Convention and Expo, and to thank the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, GROW, Enabel, S&L Advocates, and any other organizers of this noble event. And last but not least, each and every one of you who has spared your precious time to attend this event. Surely without your presence, there would not have been an event worth to name. For that, I thank you all of you. It's commendable to have the annual National Labour Convention and Expo as one of the activities that's a precursor to the celebration of the International Labour Day, which is celebrated on the 1st of May every year. Long may this arrangement continue, for it provides all of us an opportunity for self-introspection as a country on where we are at as a labor community. It avails us an opportunity to review the status of the labor market, the gains made, the challenges we need to overcome and the opportunities that we have as a country to improve the quantity and quality of our workforce and for the environment in which they operate. The theme of this year's convention and expo is strengthening compliance to employment law, a prerequisite for decent jobs, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. It's notable, and as the vanguard of laws and facilitator of their enactment, our ministry has been crucial in the formulation and drafting of the employment laws. Colleagues, you may be aware that several labor laws have been enacted, particularly since the year 2000. Some of the laws include the Employment Act, the Workers' Compensation Act, the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act, the Labor Unions Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act, the Workers' Compensation Act. There have also been some amendments to the then existing laws like the National Social Security Fund Act and the repeal of the Pensions Act and the enactment of the Public Service Pension Fund Act, which is awaiting assent by His Excellency the President. The purpose of these is to strengthen social security. Uganda enacted these laws to set the rules and rights for the relationship between the employers and employees. Uganda, as a state party to the International Labour Organization, is devoted to promoting social justice and internationally recognized human and labor rights. The Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act, for example, created the legal framework through which Uganda established a dedicated court, that is the industrial court, to deal with labor matters such as unfair termination, summary dismissal, and enforcement of workers' rights. So today's theme is a well thought through theme because we still have challenges in the workplace based on the types of cases coming through from the industrial court and some of the complaints we have been receiving in our office. There is still an unfair balance in the relationship between employers and employees. Issues of low wages and terrible working conditions still abound. We still have a challenge of unemployment and underemployment, which affects the bargaining power of the employees. We are all aware that the challenge of unemployment has led to our young people seeking jobs around the world, particularly in the Middle East and in certain cases in rather volatile conditions where their humanity is pervaded and diminished. We have had instances where the people exploiting them are fellow Ugandans engaged in the business of labor export, and they are not able to guarantee the rights of the employees they send out of the country. I'm happy to note that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, through the employment and recruitment of Ugandan migrant workers regulations, has endeavored to place obligations on labor export companies regarding the rights of the migrant workers. I would like to encourage you to crack the whip where there are violations of the said regulations and ensure that the rights of our workers are protected. Let us remember that this community of workers is one of the biggest foreign exchange earners for this country, and we owe them a duty to shield them from abuse and exploitation. There's a need to continue to strengthen compliance with employment laws to ensure decent jobs, economic empowerment by ensuring commensurate pay for work done, and that both the employers and employees benefit in the employment relationship and achieve respective growth from the relationship where compliance with the law is the norm. I hope that these and other issues that affect compliance with the employment laws will be discussed at this event with recommendations to government to ensure improvements. On behalf of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, we do assure you of our support in enforcing compliance with the laws to ensure decent jobs, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. Thank you for God and my country.
I am still very old school, and that is why I still take a lot of admiration and indeed preference when people finish their speeches with our national motto. When I was growing up, it was very common. Of late, it has dwindled a little bit. I don't know why. But I'd like to thank you, Sir Charles Ouma, for finishing and signing out that particular way. I will then request the company of an author and my senior brother, with whom we share the passion for temperance and looking after our bodies. I was having a conversation with the Permanent Secretary Emeritus that God has given us bodies to either abuse or manage, and everybody chooses as they please. Mr. Pius Bigirimana has not been to a hospital unless, of course, when he has been forced there. I have also been to a hospital recently because of an exercise accident. I ended up on a bicycle without a helmet, and that ended in tears. And that is why I encourage everybody who is riding to wear a helmet. When you end up with 14 stitches across your face, when your job is television, you get very scared. Television doesn't like stitches on faces. It is that particular job where you have to look good, not in the opinion of your mother, but in public opinion before you are employed. So Mr. Bigirimana is in now top shape. We thank God for that. And we also thank God that he has a very good spirit. And we will hear from that spirit when he comes to make his comments. You are more than welcome, my friend and the friend of this particular ministry, and the gentleman who has served this nation with distinction and continues to serve, and then some. The Honorable Minister, my sister, my young sister, you're very welcome. I was checking somewhere, so I was very sure my young sister is here. You're very welcome. Honorable Pius Bigirimana, you are more than welcome. For today, I will not give you time. You can speak until you're done.
You know, I have to respect time because I have got some other things to do also. I've got a written speech, but it's very short. Honorable Minister of Labor Employment, I think my Lord, the Judge of the Industrial Court, I want to say the tripartite family, the workers, the employers, and the government, because I don't want to stand the risk of missing out very important people and then I'll be crucified. So I believe that there was a protocol that was laid down yesterday, and I also want to follow that one. So brothers and sisters, it's my pleasure to address you, and I'm happy to be back home. And I say home because I was in this ministry for almost 5 years, and I enjoyed working in this ministry. I was telling some authorities that this ministry is so important that if we paid attention to this ministry, I think this country would be very far. And I say that because of these reasons. A ministry with youth, which forms a very big percentage of our population. A ministry with women, who are the backbone of our existence. A ministry for labor, employment. What can't we do if we really put our efforts and have this ministry, supported? So, it's my pleasure to address you today at the 3rd Annual National Labor Convention and Expo 2025. This gathering comes at a time when our nation stands at a crucial point in its journey of growing the economy from US dollars 50 billion to US dollars 500 billion by 2040, targeting 4 key sectors, which in brief are called ATMs: agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, which including oil and gas, and science and technology and innovation, including ICT, research and development. Relatedly, National Development Plan 4 recognizes that a healthy, well-educated and skilled population boosts productivity in key sectors of the economy. And I cannot agree more. The pursuit of socio-economic transformation transcends mere increases in gross domestic product or infrastructure development. At its core, it is fundamentally centered on the millions of Ugandans who awaken each day to engage in work that enables them to support their families, contribute to the production of goods and services, and generate income that fosters development of their households and communities. This collective effort ultimately drives the economic advancement of the nation. The concept of decent work represents both a fundamental human right, and an essential economic requirement. It encapsulates the aspiration for opportunity, equity, safety, and dignity within the workplace. When I was in the Ministry of Gender, I used to travel to Geneva, and I made a lot of noise there. Those of you who still remember, we made so many things happen. And at one time, I was elected chairman of the African group, which had 54 countries, to deliberate on a committee, a select committee, which was responsible for violence and harassment in the world of work. And this committee really emphasized respect for all workers. Respect for all workers, irrespective of tribe, of gender, of religion. Our main emphasis was that if a person is engaged in a place of work, that person's rights must be respected. No harassment, no violence in the world of work. Whether going to work in a train or in a bicycle or in a car or at workplace, there must be respect for all workers. That is the point we made. And I'm happy to see members of the industrial court here, led by His Lordship, the judge. How I wish we could have as many judges. And we shall see how to support you in that endeavor. Because what you are doing there is our business also. Is our business. Industrial disputes resolution. You know, before the industrial court was revamped, and I am the one who revamped it after 10 years in limbo. Now, many people were taking disputes to State House. And I said, but how can industrial disputes be taken to State House? Clearly, can't you help the president and the president concentration on other things other than giving him a lot of headache with industrial disputes? That's how we started the industrial court. Small, but we are where we are. And I'm praying very hard that you get more judges and handle these industrial disputes. There is a very, very important, you know, there are people who don't understand the relationship between this court and the economic development of this nation. In the judiciary, I have been arguing that we need judges in the commercial court. Why? Because there are so many cases tied up there and money tied there. Cases in banking, cases in trade, cases in insurance, cases in construction. You imagine all this money tied. Now, if you had the judges to clear these cases, then you have got money in the economy. Then you have got revenue collection. Then you have got we wouldn't even be going to the World Bank to look for money because there would be, the tax base would be widened. So I respect the industrial court. And that's why really, even where I am, I still believe that I am part of you. So my Lord, I'll be with you. And I'm happy to see, the head of the court entering. My Lord, you found when I had promised that I will support you, wherever I am. So, now the International Labour Organization defines decent work as opportunities for women and men to obtain productive work in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. The concept rests on 4 key pillars: employment creation, social protection, rights at work, and the social dialogue. Each of these pillars is underpinned by measurable indicators. There is need to track both the inputs and outcome indicators while noting the clear distinction between the existence of laws and policies, which are the inputs, and the actual conditions experienced by workers, which are the outcomes. For instance, a country may have ratified all ILO conventions, but if its enforcement mechanisms are weak, the realities on the ground may fall far short of the standards. Thus, it is not enough to commit to decent work in principle. We must measure, enforce, and deliver it in practice. I've been in the public service for some time, and I've got a problem. Let me tell you my problem. The reforms that have taken place in this country, there was reform number 1, which was restructuring. Reform number 2, sijui result-oriented management. Reform number 3, decentralization. Now, things are not becoming better. What is the problem? The lawyers who are here can confirm that in law, there is what is called mens rea. Mens rea is the thinking, when you start thinking about killing somebody, for example, and you go ahead and kill that person, and it is proved that actually you have killed him because maybe they have found your identity card on the scene, or somebody saw you, maybe taken a photograph. A crime is what? If you prove the two, a crime has been committed. I'm trying to look at, in fact, I'm doing some research. I'm trying to look at whether attitude of the public servants plus their behavior is not equal to performance or non-performance. Because our actions are guided by our attitude. And our attitude, if it's negative, the products will be negative. That explains why people can afford to come to office late, comes at 10, goes away at 4. You are demonstrating what is at the back of your mind and whether you should even get salary. From a moral point of view, should you get salary for a whole month when you have been cheating government every day, 2 hours, in a month, 20 hours? Why should you get a whole salary for the whole month? These are some things I'm looking at. So, stand warned. I'm going to develop a model, and this model is going to be helpful. In Uganda, recent data underscores both the scale of challenge and the urgency of the task. According to the 2024 National Population and Housing Census, Uganda's population now stands at 45.9 million, with 73% under the age of 30 years. This youthful population represents potential demographic dividend. Actually, we should be proud that we have got so many young people. For me, I look at these young people as an investment. I think the more we produce, the better. I know some people are going to say, Bijirimana, what I'm talking about? Population control. Now, what matters is whether these children are empowered. What type of children do we have? Are we empowering them? Do we give them skills? Do we support them? So that is what matters. If the young people were empowered and they get into business, this country would be in the first world, maybe in the next 10, 20 years. It would be there because you utilize the resources they have. However, it also places immense pressure on the labor market to create sufficient and quality jobs. The same report puts the working age group at 25,494,490 persons, which is 57.4% of the population. Unemployment rate at 12.3%, and the share of the youth from 15 to 24 years, not in employment, education, or even training, at 4,001,528 persons. This is 42.6%. This highlights the urgent need for more investment in the 4 sectors of the economy. Most important, agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT. Of late, I have been also emphasizing tourism. Tourism is a cash cow. There are low-lying fruits in tourism. If you want foreign exchange, tourism, by improving the infrastructure, by making sure that the roads are accessible. Some neighboring countries are getting a lot of money from tourism because of developed infrastructure. Perhaps the most critical challenge is informality. A staggering 92% of Uganda's workforce is employed informally, including those in agriculture. This means the vast majority of workers operating without contracts, without legal protection, and without access to social security. You can afford to hire somebody and chase him the next day. Really? Should you continue like that? These people must have their rights. Informal work is often associated with low pay. You get a house girl, you say, but you are sleeping in my house, you are eating my food, I'll give you some little money for you. Exploitation. Then, of course, hazardous work and lack of opportunities for advancement. Informality also weakens national systems by eroding the tax base, what I was talking about. Very many people are there, but are they paying tax? No, not at all. Why? Because we don't know them. They are there, but we don't know them, which also undermines social security schemes and diluting labor regulations. Improving the condition of informal workplaces and moving workers from informal to formal employment must therefore be a central objective of Uganda's development agenda. Uganda must and should not only generate jobs, but it must also improve their quality, ensuring that work is safe, productive, and properly remunerated. For social security, the coverage must be broadened beyond the formal sector to include informal and self-employed workers. For rights at work, enforcement and labor inspections should be strengthened. On social dialogue, workers' organizations such as my friends in NOTU and COF2, as well as employers, I call them my friends. These people I call them my friends because we used to have some good dialogue. And I can assure you during my stay, I never had problems with them. They are here. We would sit down and discuss like mature people. Those who would demonstrate childish behavior, we would put them into order. And that is how we worked. Yes. You know, unite, you stand. And divide, you fall. So I used to tell them, you workers, you are going to lose. But the employers also will lose if they don't have workers committed. So it is a win-win situation. You don't just come and say, for us, we shall hold our labor. If you hold your labor, then where will the money come from? Taxes. Anyway, that's a story for another day. So workers' organizations such as NOTU and COF2, as well as employers' organizations, need to be strengthened for effective collective bargaining. Decent work must be viewed not as a standalone policy objective, but as a cross-cutting enabler of national transformation. It influences household incomes, educational attainment, gender equality, health outcomes, and political stability. It does, political stability. when he, when Oweri used to command his troops, and he threatened, no, not Oweri, I think there was another, Werike, he's now an MP. Werike and Were, and they would threaten. And we say, but now if these people strike, taxes will not be corrected. And then we sit down and have some peace talks. So, Uganda's third decent work country program, these three, should therefore offer a roadmap for action. Its success will depend on sustained political commitment, adequate funding, and transparent monitoring. But above all, it will depend on whether we as a nation see decent work not as an add-on. It should be seen as a foundational pillar of our national development strategy. In a nutshell, Uganda stands at a pivotal moment. The challenges before us are real, but so too are the opportunities. There are very many opportunities. And some people sometimes they see challenges and they start crying, agonizing. For me, I see challenges as opportunities. In fact, when there are no challenges, I don't think very hard. So challenges make me think very hard. With a young, energetic population, natural wealth, and strategic policy frameworks in place, we have the ingredients for transformation, but that transformation will not happen by accident. It won't happen by accident. It will happen if we all have got a positive mind. I have written another book. I've written so many books, by the way. There's a book I've written called Abundance Mentality. In that book, I'm talking about it's the basic belief that everything is possible. You are in a gender, everything is possible. Industrial court, everything is possible. But for somebody to have an abundance mentality, that person must have a positive mind. If you don't have a positive mind, things will not work out. So, I'm calling upon all of us to have a positive mind. Let us invest in our people, protect their rights, empower their voices, and ensure that every Ugandan, no matter the background, can contribute to and benefit from our country's progress. Let us not measure our success by how much we produce alone, but look at the quality of what we produce, by how justly we produce them, by how safely we produce them, and how inclusive we produce them. Let us build an economy that doesn't just grow, but uplifts, empowers, and includes everyone. I want to thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country.
Another round of applause is in order, indeed. In civilized, organized societies, there are cultures. When you go to eat and it is self-service, you know that that society is civilized and organized. And that is why, because of the nature of individual, that Mr. Pius time limit, because he knows what exactly that means. Now the challenge is when you bring a culture that belongs to a civilized, organized society in a disorganized and uncivilized society. You go to some of the places where self-service that belongs to Europe has been brought here. And then you'll see pieces of meat and chicken falling off plates because individuals have not yet understood that self-service does not mean treating a plate like a Fuso truck. A professor of mine said that it is only in Africa where an individual eats for 45 years and he still does not know the size of his stomach. He serves with emotions only to find out that he couldn't finish the food he served by themselves. He also said that it is in Africa where someone cooks with the same saucepan and every day they cook the same binyewa. It tastes differently because they use the tongue to determine the amount of salt. The challenge is cooking after eating sugarcane. But in Europe, they determine the salt using a weighing scale. Mr. Bijirimana, there is a lot of research to be done on Africa. Now you know why people who load their plates have challenges coming to work on time because it rained. And that is a huge excuse. Didn't you see the rain? In Europe, whether it has rained or snowed, 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock. My dear sister, the Honorable Esther Davinia Anyakun, it is my pleasure and the pleasure of this audience of esteemed and honorable ladies and gentlemen to welcome you to give the opening remarks that we will leave to you to decide whether they are brief or elaborate.
Thank you. The honorable judges of the Industrial Court, colleagues, members of parliament, I'm going to stand on other protocols. I was very excited to find Pius here because I was leaving my house and my commissioner called me, "You're missing the PS." So fortunately, I got into the convoy of the vice president and I was here in less than 5 minutes. You see how prayers can work. And I'm happy that he has committed himself because this has been our prayers, even during the last convention, that we have more industrial court judges because of the too much work. The caseload is too much, and we feel we are also overloaded as a ministry. And thank you so much for setting the stage of the Ministry of Gender. We are riding on your legacy. We are riding on your good work that you left there. That is what we are also shining on. I want in particular to say this before I made my speech because he did a lot. And you just know we miss you. Good morning, everyone. It gives me a very great pleasure today to welcome you back on this second day on our third annual National Labor Convention and Expo 2025. I note that yesterday we engaged so much in very rich discussions, which laid a very strong foundation for future interventions, planning to address decent work, deficit, and consensus building. You will all agree with me that the ideas, partnership discussions that emerged yesterday reaffirm our shared commitments towards strengthening compliance for promotion of decent employment, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. Please note that discussions of this nature are very critical for government and realize our socio-economic transformation. And today we shall continue with the discussions on the focus of our third Decent Work Country program, which provides with a structured and inclusive roadmap for achieving decent work outcomes across the country. It brings us together, government, workers, employers, under a unified framework with clear priorities and deliverables. Key presentations of the day are all focused on the key pillars of decent work. Colleagues, for a better world of work, we must invest not only in enforcement, but also in education, system strengthening, and partnership. Compliance is not just about control. It is about creating conditions where the rights are respected, risks are managed, and workers are treated with dignity. Let us also remember that decent work is about everything, formal and informal workers, women and men, youth and persons with disability, nationals, refugees, and today's session is inclusive social security and refugees inclusion. I are reminded that our labor policies must reflect the realities to all who contribute to our economy. I encourage you to participate fully in today's technical session, raise your voices, and help us to shape the practical solutions that are fair, inclusive, and sustainable. With those few remarks, my brother, I thank you once again for your presence today, and I'm going to be here fully until the end of the day together with you. And I look forward to all the outcomes. So I think they were brief. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Like we say in our part of the country, Mata Arakaranoi. I won't say a lot. I'll just clarify that the comments I made before have nothing to do with the announcement I am making now. I am announcing that we are going to go for tea. So the comments I made and this announcement are not connected. When I made them, I didn't know that I'll be making this announcement. So we're going to go for tea, and that tea is going to be brief, 15 minutes. All that is there is ours, and we don't want to leave it with the hotel. So may the Lord guide accordingly. Listen to the Holy Spirit as you look after your sugar levels. But it is also important to note that the Ministry of Health in this country has assigned MCs the responsibility to test the food. Should there be a problem, we will become the sacrificial lamb. It is a job I take seriously, And it is a very hazardous job. I could die in the process. Don't let me go and do this job. And you follow me in the order of protocol that we established. All right, we are going to begin, but let me offer a freebie for those of you who are here that those who are not will miss. Yeah, roll it. Honorable Minister, this one is yours. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho. Tengo miedo perderte después. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Mucho, que tengo miedo perderte después. That's enough, that's enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He pays more. Okay, fantastic. Mr. Simwe, that wasn't a request, it's an order. I just want to emphasize. I'll just make note of one thing, that I like to share all my talents, because there was a time I used to sing in a choir and I was so bad, nobody wanted to stand next to me. And this is a true story. And then a miracle happened. I also don't know why God lent me this size of talent, so I love to share it. Now that attention is where it should be, if the attention continues this way, I will keep throwing in another one here and there. So I'd like to ask my boss, Mr. Simwe, who has been given new instructions and terms of reference, to come and make to come and confirm and also make his remarks. Honorable Minister, in biblical Greek, generally in the Greek language, there are two types of power, but the one you used there is the one I will speak about when Mr. Simwe has finished. It is what they call exousia. Now, exousia, there's exousia, there's also dunamis. Dunamis is the atomic power that splits atom, but exousia is the power you have when you're a minister. The moment the president sends a new list and you are not on, what leaves is exousia. You remain the same individual, but you cannot sign on anything and it becomes of substance. So if you said the very same statement without being honorable minister, it carries no weight. But now you have left Mr. Simo with a huge task. You could whisper what you mean by that statement in terms of figures when you see him. When he comes next to you. Because in his head now he's guessing, so to dispel any doubt, just whisper to him what you mean so that he can understand you very clearly. Mr. Simo, we are definitely waiting for you. For those of you seeing me here for the very first time, I'm a Ugandan by choice. And what I mean by being a Ugandan by choice, my father opted to become American. He lives in Denver, Colorado. My mother chose to become American. She lives in Houston, Texas with my sister and her husband. All my siblings are either American or British. So I have had choices to be other things. I'm a Ugandan by choice. They are Ugandans because there are no other options.
Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Justice of Industrial Court, members of Parliament here, the social partners, colleagues. I'm going to make a presentation on the highlights of the Decent Work Country Program 3. And the presentation will give a highlight of the background, the program, the alignment of the program to our national and international frameworks. We'll also give highlights on the country diagnostics, program priorities, outcomes and outputs, and then we'll conclude with program management, implementation, and M&A arrangements. This is just an overview. The Decent Work Country Program 3, its main development objective is to promote productive, inclusive, and sustainable employment, as well as livelihood opportunities for all in Uganda. The program cost is estimated at $67.96 million US dollars. And the government of Uganda is expected to contribute about 30%, an equivalent of $20.3 million US dollars. The financing modality of this program is that we have a joint mobilization of resources, government of Uganda, ILO, social partners, civil society organizations, and government partners will also have a role in mobilizing resources for this program. We are targeting all the districts and cities of Uganda, expected to start on 1st July this year, and the program is for 5 years, will close on 30th June 2030. So the beneficiaries, we expect all workers, employers, both in public and private sector to benefit from this program. In terms of alignment, while designing this program, the team took into account of different frameworks, both national and international, and we identified relevant policy strategic actions and directions on Uganda Vision 2040, the NRM Manifesto, the National Development Plan 2, 3 and 4. We have the Ministry Strategic Plan, the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for Uganda, the East African Community Vision 2050, the African Union Commission Agenda 2063, the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. We also did the analysis on common country for Uganda, and then the strategic plan for social partners. So I know that yesterday a lot was done in terms of analytics to do with labor employment and productivity. So equally, the team undertook analytical works and was able to identify the key areas that this program will address. And some of these, you seem to go. Can you please get back to the previous slide? The one on diagnosis? Yes, that one. Yes, that one. So analysis was made on employment, unemployment, underemployment, and then skills mismatch. We also analyzed the social security coverage, issues of school dropouts, and incidences of child labor. Low productivity was also one of the key areas. And then informality of employment. And then also the team was able to dive into the aspects of high influx of refugees, and then ratification of relevant convention, and in particular, analysis was made on fundamental conventions, governance, and then technical conventions. Now, the Decent Work Country Program is anchored on the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework and the national frameworks that I've already mentioned. So the priorities of this UNF are 3, and all the interventions, the outcomes and outputs are revolving along these strategic priorities. Now, the strategic priority 1 is the transformative and inclusive governance. Then the second priority is on shared prosperity in a health environment. And the last strategic priority under this framework is human beings and resilience. So these priorities are anchored on the, we would call it, global goal of having productive, inclusive, and sustainable employment as well as livelihood opportunities for all. I will just highlight what is involved or what is under priority 1, 2, 3, and relevant outcomes and outputs. So under strategic priority 1, on shared prosperity in a healthy environment, this program will have one outcome, outcome 1, that is on people, especially the marginalized and vulnerable, to benefit from increased productivity, decent employment, and equal rights to resources. So this is our outcome 1 under country priority 1. Now the outputs, we have about 4 outputs here. And 1 is strengthen capacity of institutions and people, especially vulnerable and marginalized, to promote the delivery and adoption of integrated, innovative, equitable, and inclusive strategies for improved productivity, value chain enhancement, and market access. Output 2 is on people, especially women and youth, to have improved access to and utilize innovative practices, technologies, finance, natural and productive resources for decent employment as well as livelihoods. Output 3 under this priority 1 is strengthened capacity of public and private sector organizations to increase investments in productive sectors and develop and implement responsive policies and regulation. And then last is on access to decent employment and livelihood opportunities in both formal and informal sectors, targeting particularly youth, women, and persons with disability. And output under country priority 2 is on human well-being and resilience. And our outcome for decent work country program under this priority is people, especially vulnerable and marginalized, to have equitable access to and utilization of quality, basic social and protection services. So the outputs there under that will contribute to this outcome is to have strengthened capacity of government and non-government institutions at the national and sub-regional level to effectively manage and deliver sustainable and inclusive quality social protection services. Output 2 that will contribute to this outcome, people, especially vulnerable and marginalized, are empowered to utilize quality basic social and protection services. 3, strengthened policy and regulatory environment to promote equitable access and utilization of rights-based and gender-responsive social and protection services that prevent, mitigate, and respond to shocks and stress. Our last output that will contribute to this outcome is children engaged in child labor and survivors enabled to find safe, dignified, and voluntary solutions to rebuild their lives in a sustainable manner. We also have another outcome under country priority 2, and this is the outcome on gender equality. Human rights of people in Uganda are promoted, protected, and fulfilled in a culturally responsive environment. We have 3 outputs that will contribute to this outcome. And one is on a strengthened capacity of government and non-government institutions at regional, national, and sub-national level to uphold positive social, cultural norms and values, as well as practices that promote human rights, equality, and non-discrimination. Output 2 is on strengthened capacity of government and non-government institutions to effectively plan, monitor, and deliver public and private financing to social sectors in equitable, gender responsive, accountable, and sustainable manner. And then the last output that will contribute to this outcome is on migrant workers and returnee migrant workers, as well as refugees and host communities, enabled to improve their employability and access to decent jobs and livelihoods. The last priority area is on social dialogue and tripartism. And at all tripartite partners in Uganda, that's outcome 3.1, and their constituents have increased engagement in social dialogue and tripartism. 2 outputs that will contribute to this outcome. One is on policy, legal, and institutional frameworks for inclusive social dialogue strengthened, policy and legal institutional frameworks for effective practice of labor administration at regional, national, and sub-regional level strengthened. And then the last outcome on this priority, area 3, is on all workers and employers in Uganda, including their representative organizations, advance the enjoyment of fundamental principles and rights at work. And 2 outputs will be contributing this outcome. One is on increased institutional capabilities and workers' organizations, as well as international labor standards and authoritative effective supervisions improved. And then in terms of program management implementation and M&E arrangements, we'll have a program management unit, and the PS, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, will be a chief executive for the administration of this program, and will delegate the day-to-day operations of this program to the technical team under the program management unit. We'll have the National Steering Committee chaired by the Permanent Secretary, the Technical Working Committee, and also we'll have the District Steering Committee. We develop an advocacy communication plan. We already have the M&E reporting and evaluation plan. We anticipate to have joint monitoring. We'll have annual mid-term review, and the government of Uganda, in collaboration with the UN family, will have a financing plan for this program. Honorable Minister, distinguished participants, this is a snapshot or highlights of the Decent Work Country Program 3 that will be signed today. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I have been a migrant worker before. When I went to the UK to pursue my interests in information, I found myself doing all sorts of jobs. Whether they were decent or not, we can have a conversation. But the amount I was getting was decent. So I was thinking, as we were talking decent work, decent, i.e. pay or decent, i.e. how you are treated. My CEO says, people don't leave jobs, they leave people. I'd like to argue that people leave situations that are unbearable. But again, if you have enough, then you are in a position to determine that no, I cannot work here. I left a job as a lecturer overnight. I packed my bags, told my wife we are leaving, packed the entire house into the garage of the university house, and the next day I handed in a resignation and left. I told my wife, we will plan the future, but these people must know we cannot be treated like this. But then there were other individuals saying, no, you cannot go, we are all used, this is how it is. I said, you are used, I am not. No, the problem is you've just come from England, or maybe it was true, I was used to self-respect. So it's an interesting conversation on, is decent for Nakapripirit also decent for Ntungamo? Is decent for male also decent for female? I never ask, as theologians, they say we ask questions without answers, and we are never to conclude, we just ask. So mine is to probe your mind so that you can think about these issues, which I have done successfully. I'd like to call my sister to return like she did yesterday, Lady Caroline, or Caroline, depending on whether your first attempt at school was in a facility that still exists. Some people started in schools that have gone off the face of the earth. The proprietor, after the kindergarten didn't work, went into a piggery. That didn't work, then they went to politics. Interesting. My kindergarten also vanished. It used to be at, one of them used to be at Clock Tower, the facility where the Muslims are. And my headmistress was an English woman, Mrs. Rauch, but that has gone. So I feel the pain of people who went to Nakawa Business School. You have problems contesting for politics because some of your institutions are no longer on the face of the earth. Lady Caroline, I hope all your schools still exist.
They do. Where I come from, they ask, is your school a polling station? So my school still exists, and it's a polling station somewhere in the village of Kakamega. So they ask, did you go to group of schools or did you go to the polling station? So I went to the polling station, a very old school, and it still exists. I remember when I used to go to school, on Friday, the ladies will carry cow dung and the gentlemen will carry a slasher to go and, do the plastic, the plastering of the floor every Friday, because it was a mad class. But now we have story buildings. Yes, and the tarmac passes right outside my school. We didn't even have a fence. On the last day of school used to be called closing day, and it was literally closing the school, putting hedges around the school and getting the long sticks to close the doors and the windows until the next term starts. So yes, it still exists. Yes, and I went to school where I was one infested with jiggers, but here I am. And I am as village as I look. So that's why I'm very passionate about decent work. And I have had a repeated question being asked, and due to public demand, I will answer the reason why I never joined the wonderful sisters of St. Francis of Assisi. I realized the work of God can be done in anywhere and in any form. And I have made peace of my childhood wish of becoming a nun, and I've realized faith, service, and impact comes in many shapes and sizes, and what an honor on this day to experience the signing of the Decent to a Country program, because I serve an organization that has been in existence for 106 years, by the way. ILO has been in existence, an institution founded on the principle of social justice long before it was a trending. Now social justice is a trending hashtag, but this has been in existence for more than 106 years, and with a mission that continues to uplift the dignity of work around the world. So for those who wanted the answer, I'm not a nun, but I'm still doing the God's work. So it is both an honor and a privilege to stand on the protocol established yesterday and today, to witness the official signing of the third Decent to a Country program that the Commissioner has shared in detail. This ceremony marks not just the culmination of an intensive, inclusive, but also reaffirmation of a national commitment to social justice, inclusive growth, and centrality of the decent work in Uganda's development journey. Allow me on the onset, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the ILO, our deepest appreciation to the tripartite constituencies of Uganda for their steadfast leadership and, more importantly, ownership throughout the development of this program. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Federation of Ugandan Employers, the National Organization of Trade Unions, and the Central Organization of Free Trade Unions have demonstrated a commendable collaboration, technical integrity, and national stewardship every step of the way. The ILO has simply served as a facilitator, working alongside Ugandans' constituency, guided by your principles and national visions as shared here earlier, providing technical support where required. The strength of these Decent to a Country programs lies in its ownership, shaped by your inputs, aligned with your development plans, and anchored in your aspiration for a better future for all Ugandans. We wish to recognize the valuable contribution and policy guidance by key ministries, including Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and the PS has been here, Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Foreign Affairs, the Office of the Solicitor General, the integration of key institutional recommendation, including provisions for amendment and the formal witnessing of the Ministry of Finance, reflect both best practice and Uganda's commitment to transparency and accountability. And I would like to share, during the Quam comments, this is the quality assurance of the ILO. They said this is the best Decent to a Country program the ILO has ever seen. And it is not lies, because we all know the best policies and legislations are made in Uganda. That's a fact. The Decent to Our Country program is not just a policy document, it is Uganda's flagship framework to advancing the decent work agenda over the next 5 years. It is firmly aligned with Uganda's Vision 2040, the fourth National Development Plan, and the United Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. In this way, it becomes a key instrument for promoting inclusive and sustainable development, leaving no one behind. Uganda's third Decent to Our Country program offers a timely and forward-looking framework. It is designed to anticipate and respond to interconnected challenges by promoting a human-centered approach to the future of the work. This includes addressing employment impact of automation, as discussed yesterday, artificial intelligence, supporting a just transition through the creation of green jobs, modernizing skills development, systems to ensure no one is left behind. I remember yesterday the commissioner said agriculture, fishery, and I can't remember the third one, and forestry. We spent 6 hours, but I remember in the village, and I counted, we would wake up and be at the farm at 6, and we'll come back home at 1. So that's around 6 hours. So I think it is not about the hours, but what kind of work are we doing in those 6 hours? Because I will go to the farm, and then if I come from Kisumu, I will go to the lake to fish. And, you know, so you cannot toil on the farm for 8 hours. You have to do it when the sun is still not bright. So Uganda's position as Alliance 8.7 Pathfinder country places it among a select group of nations leading the global effort to eliminate child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. By embedding the goals of Alliance 8.7 within the Decent to Our Country program, Uganda, once again, showing leadership in inspiring other countries to act with urgency and resolve. The strategic priorities reflect the realities of Uganda's labor market and were carefully crafted through a participatory, evidence-based process, including the review of the Decent to Our Country program 2, a regulatory impact assessment, and broad-based consultation. I extend a special thanks to the technical working group whose tireless work has brought us to this agency. Honorable Minister, 2 weeks ago I had an opportunity to sit with the technical working group, and I can tell you they went through this document word by word, comma by comma, up to I think around 9 p.m. at night, cleaning the document, and they even left with homework. Everyone took a piece of the document. You are given this paragraph, you are given this paragraph. Go and ensure that this is the data that is up to date. And this was done in 2 days. So this shows the commitment of your technical group in terms of what they have done. And the technical group were cut across from all the ministries and institutes that I had earlier mentioned. As we approach Labor Day on 1st of May, when His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda is expected to officially launch the Decent to Our Country Program 3, let us take pride in this collective achievement. It is a clear signal that Uganda is ready to accelerate the pace of progress towards decent work for all, and that its tripartite constituencies are working hand in hand to realize this vision. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, the ILO remains committed partner, standing ready to support the government, employers, and workers in Uganda throughout the implementation of this program. Our support will continue through technical cooperation, policy advice, and capacity training and strengthening as directed by you, the tripartite constituencies. We will also actively support Uganda in leveraging digital innovation for decent job creation and in promoting inclusive labor market policy that leave no one behind. On behalf of the ILO Director General and the ILO African Regional Director, let me congratulate the government and social partners on the signature of the Decent to a Country program and reaffirm ILO's commitment for the support. Let us walk this journey together with hope and determination. As Aluya saying, and an African proverb reminds us, "Nwenye hutia wangu, tia wonyene. Nwenye hutia ihade, muti halala." If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Uganda, we are honored to go together with you. Asanteni.
Is riding a border decent work? What if you have a degree? Is it still decent work? But some will argue, emirimu gyamu bulavuga border. Or he failed to find work. He's driving an Uber. But when you go to the UK, somebody will proudly tell you, "I'm a taxi driver." And they find it decent work. So what is decent work? Is it culture specific? Because the word decent is saying, alludes to acceptable standards. Who is in charge of the standards that are acceptable? Acceptable to who? Because there are parents who will tell you, "No, for my child that is not acceptable." So government of Uganda may say, "This is decent work," but the parents are saying, "That's not work that is decent for a child that I sent to Nakasero Primary School, sent to Chambogo College, sent to Kororo High, my son." You may have a decent job, then you date a young lady, then you find out your work is not decent because she cannot tell her friends your work. She says, "He's a businessman." It means your work is not, because they've given it, So it might be decent to you, but is it also decent to your fiancé, like it is decent for the government of Uganda? But certainly, being a judge, yours is decent, and there is no dispute, my lords. We can deal with matters pay, but it is decent work. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request the company of Mr. Bijirwa Richard. He's the General Secretary, National Organization of Trade Unions. Years gone by, these used not to be very popular people, but how times have changed. You're very welcome, sir. Did we agree 3 minutes is enough?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of State, the Honorable Minister of Labor, Gender and Social Development, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, protocol as arranged. First and foremost, on behalf of the National Organization of Trade Union and the Central Organization of Trade Union COFTU leadership, on my own behalf, allow me extend brotherly greetings. In a special way, I extend my special appreciation to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development Fraternity, the employers, all the workers for the successful organization and the convening of this year third National Labor Convention, EXPO 2025, under the theme, strengthening compliance to employment law. This year's theme is crucial for trade unions and workers of Uganda as it ensures promotion of decent work, economic empowerment, inclusion growth in particular. It is essential in achieving sustainable development goals, especially goal number 8 on decent work and economic growth. In addition, it is a cardinal in ensuring social justice, legal compliance, ensures fair labor practices, protection of workers' rights, freedom of association, collective bargaining, fostering positive work environment in which workers enjoy their workplaces for increased productivity in line with the ILO Decent Control Program. The International Labour Organization uses decent work programs as its programming instrument at the country levels, including in Uganda. These programs are developed with full participation of national governments, employers, workers' organizations, ensuring national ownership and result orientation. Indeed, over time, they have been aligned with national development priorities and sustainable development goals, contributing to a broader effort in Uganda towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and Africa's Vision 2063. Decent work as defined by ILO is not just about the quantity of jobs, but also about the quality of these jobs. This is very important, Honorable Minister. We are discussing of decent work. It is not about the quantity, but also let's look at the quality of the jobs. As we boost the FDI, attracting close to 36 billion US dollars in Uganda, but let us look at the quality of these jobs. It encompasses opportunities for productive, fair income, security in workplaces, social protection, better prospects for personal development, and the freedom to express concerns and organize. This is very important as indicated by ILO director. We should know as we implement how are the workers being treated. Decent work is individual, should strengthen individuals' work livelihood, families, and the world of work. Therefore, Decent Work Country Program in Uganda emphasizes importance of the economic growth for all Ugandans. It outlines strategies to increase decent work opportunities through efficient labor market policies, vocational education and training, social inclusion, employment, macroeconomic policies, extending social protection, fostering social dialogue. It focuses on key areas such as employment creation, emphasis on social protection, and rights at work. The youth, the women, and their alignment with National Development Plan and National Development Programs, as stated in the NDP 4. But most importantly, Honorable Minister, the rule of law in the labor market is deteriorating, and this is where we need to concentrate as we go to implement this program. Importantly, Decent Work Control Program in Uganda highlights commitment to creating just and inclusive society where all Ugandans have access to decent work, fair share of benefits of the economic growth. As we boost of the economic growth, let us look at how our citizens benefiting from this growth. As the National Center has been involved in all the tripartite participation and the consultative process alongside government, employers representative to discuss and develop policies related to decent work in Uganda, for which we thank the International Labour Organization and all development partners in ensuring the active participation. Our role as national centers, NOTU and COFTU and its affiliates, is vital in achieving the successful implementation of ILO Decent Work Country Program, particularly by advocating for implementing policies, laws that promote social dialogue in the country, especially collective bargaining, enforcement of international labor standards, similarly by acting as key partners with the ILO, governments and employers to achieve the goals of decent work, which include creating decent jobs, guaranteeing rights at work, and extending social protection. However, these roles require strong, effective, sustained partnership, collaboration, and financial support, as well as technical support from the ILO and development partners and all the tripartite partners. Finally, there is no doubt that Uganda's Decent Work Control Program 3 will achieve its intended aims and objectives. And as tripartite partners in achieving decent work, we fully pledge and commit to actively be involved in shaping the implementation in Uganda as per our vision, not to workers of Uganda, socially, politically, economically emancipated and enjoying decent work environment. For God and my country, and in solidarity with the workers of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Somebody sent a question here. Decent Work Country Program, ILO. How do you plan to implement the Decent Work Program without the minimum wage, the challenge in organizing and bargaining collectively? That I have placed where it should go. I'd like to invite Mr. Opio Douglas, who is Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Ugandan Employers. Honorable Minister, Mr. Opio is very brief, and you probably know why.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the moderator, Honorable Minister, the the judges of the Industrial Court, the ILO Director, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocol already set. First, from the Federation of Uganda Employers, we are extremely grateful to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development for spearheading this process. And of course, yeah, please, it's okay to clap. Thank you so much. And we have had a very high level endorsement of our work as the best decent work country program in the world, not just in our part of the world. So thank you so much to that. Now, there are 3 priority areas which have been highlighted quite clearly by Alex, so I will not dwell much on them. I will just focus on the last priority area, which is basically around social dialogue and tripartism. We have started this journey to actualize it. You know, in the past, we have spoken about policies, but practice is not there. So in the past, that was the case. But the reality is that we are making progress, moving away from a Uganda that makes good policies to the Uganda that actually implements it. And at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I can attest to this. In the past, we have had the tripartite charter, for instance, guiding our work as tripartite partners. But Alex, you know it used just to be somewhere in your office. But in recent years, we have moved from having that tripartite charter as something sitting in the office of Alex to a policy document, a guiding tool that we actually apply, that the minister also supports. So I'm very happy on that. At the Federation, we have also been engaging a lot with our worker colleagues. In fact, on the Labor Day, like I said yesterday, we shall be signing an MOU with our trade union counterparts. A clear indication that we are not only doing social dialogue at the tripartite level, but also at the bipartite level. And this decent work country program, of course, provides us with the guiding framework. And as you heard from Alex, the agenda is clear. No one left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no better dignity that you can grant to an adult than a decent job. There is no dignity higher than that. A decent job is the highest form of dignity that a human being can have, to earn their own daily bread, and rightfully so. But also in an environment that values them, that appreciates the effort they put in their work, that appreciates their commitment. So the Decent Work Country program is extremely good for us. Very important as well that I need to underscore as I draw towards the close is that we have moved away from having a good ministerial document for the Ministry of Gender not aligned with national agenda. So you have a challenge that when it comes to implementation, this 30% that Alex was talking about, it's usually in the past it wouldn't be there because it's not well aligned with national priorities. But this time round, that has been rightfully done. On our side, as the Federation of Uganda Employers, we have been working with other partners as well. Enable should be in the room. Enable has been supporting us also to try and identify what are the good employment practices within the employer community. So every year we run a survey with Makerere University trying to document good practices, good employment and business practices. And we have continued to share this with the rest of the employers. In the interest of program the third one for Uganda. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Mr. Pio, you have a preacher's voice. If you are the type that believes in starting churches, you'd have had a very interesting one. Sorry, you want to start with the collecting of tithe? They don't start them that way. You should begin as a street preacher. That's the logical way to begin. Oh, Minister, story connected to lack of access to education. I ended up with tears in my eyes, and when my wife returned, I decided we'd take her back to school. So we asked for the options she wanted. She said she wanted to study secretarial studies. So we went to YMCA in Wandegea, and looking at her grades, she was never going to make it with a certificate, given that there were individuals who were studying degrees. So I told her that since she had committed the sins at O level, as her father, that's how she used to call me, I was going to send her back to senior one, because I believe you don't fix buildings with broken foundations. She said, Daddy, no. So we negotiated that she challenges senior 3, which she did pass, did senior 4, senior 5, and then she ended up in university, a little short of a first-class degree in social science. She asked me to call the people I know. She believes I'm very famous, to get her a job. I told her I don't believe that you last on a job you have picked with connections. You probably also never gain respect. I don't know how this lady ended up in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, but that's where she works. I will not mention her name because I don't want her to get undue advantage on the basis of her father. But many times when she comes back from work and she has many conversations with myself, I tell her this, which I believe, that if you do what you do with passion and excellence, you will rise through the ladders all the way to the top. From what I have heard ever since yesterday, I'm now convinced more than ever that she is in the right ministry. And one day, many years from today, when Alex has gone home, she will be the commissioner speaking of good things to other people. Honorable Minister, unless you insist, only you I will tell the name of this lady. But for now, I invite you to come and speak to us.
First said,
Honorable Minister,
thank you, all of you in your various capacities. I want to start by thanking all of you who have made statements of commitments into ensuring that commitment is very important from the workers employers, because for us as government, those are the two critical stakeholders and partners that can facilitate this program to work. Employers must also work, and employers must give decent condition for work, and employees must also work. So those two are critical to what we are launching today. I want to bring apology from the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, who was meant to be the chief guest and had graciously accepted, but His Excellency the President has delegated him to go and represent him at the burial of the late Kazora. So that's why he couldn't be here with us. Let me start by reaffirming that the Ministry of Finance has authorized me to launch and sign this Decent Work Country Program. And they have committed that the Ministry of Finance will ensure that government joins partners in contributing to the gap that the partners will leave. So that is a commitment from Ministry of Finance. The second issue is that His Excellency the President will launch this Decent Country Work Program on 1st May during the Labor Day to show commitment of government on this. And let me start with the issue that has been raised by our MC. And for those out there, we are talking about decent work, but we are not probably clarifying what constitutes decent work. For Ugandans there who are watching us, within the framework of ILO, International Labour Organization, a decent work should be work that is productive for you as an employee and deliver you with decent salary. If I say wages, other people might not understand. We use salary in Uganda. For us to qualify that it's a decent work, we qualify it first with a decent salary. That is number one. Number two, it should offer you security at work. When you go to work, you must be secured in your place of work. Number three, it should give you social protection. If you are a worker, you should be given social protection. That is why we are now very serious with NSSF contribution. Of course, social protection is beyond social security. It also entails, for example, giving an employee, for example, health insurance. That is decent work. Should give you health insurance. The other issue is a decent work should give you freedom to organize as employees and form your unions for collective bargaining. That is decent work. And that is why we make the workers to come and make the commitment here, because for decent work, they are supposed to also go and monitor. Let me, you can sit near the Deputy Solicitor General here. You know, when people with money, you treat them well, because I've seen a logo of NSSF. So the need for, the right for you to collectively organize and be able to bargain for conducive work environment. A decent work should also provide you with all the right gears to work for addressing the issue of occupational safety and health. Occupational safety. Do you have a PPE? I visited many factories and I go and I find people are in a very hot environment producing in a factory, steel factory. They don't have gloves. They are in a place with high voltage of electricity. They don't have boots. And when I asked the employer, you know what he told me? That these people, we give them boots and they refuse to wear them. They instead want to wear, the day they are going to visit home, they want to wear and go to the village when they are smart. I don't know whether the two secretary generals would have agreed with them that they keep the boots and go with it to their villages to pose in their villages. So that is decent and should offer you opportunity where there is no discrimination. That in your workplace, you are working, you are not discriminated. Nobody is paid for the same work more than the other who is doing the same work. Or nobody should be paid because they're a woman with a different scale and another with a different scale. So those are the ingredients of decent work. I don't know how many employers are here. All of you are employers. So employers, I hope that you are delivering all these things I've enumerated to your employees. Of course, we recognize that the issue raised, I think from maybe one of the comments that came, which I want to address on minimum wage. I want to note that we had a board for minimum wage advisory board. And with that also, now we have fully operationalized labor advisory board, which is a board that is supposed to advise the minister on employment issue. And minimum wage, let me hand over to the chair that please, chair of the labor advisory board, look into issue of minimum wage. I know the minimum wage board, their term expired. We are about to reconstitute them, but they had made a report. They made a report to me. We took it to cabinet. Cabinet gave, and His Excellency gave comments and asked that we come back, look at those issues, address them, and take back the paper to cabinet. So soon we are going to reconstitute the minimum wage advisory board, working together with labor advisory board. They should be able to come with a concrete proposal based on concerns raised in cabinet and by His Excellency the President to allow me to take it back. I also know that the workers' representative have also been trying to come up with a minimum wage bill. We shall harmonize and be able to take it to cabinet. So with that, really, I don't want to repeat, because all the issues that are in my speech are issues that were already articulated by my commissioner, by representative of workers and representative of employers. So only to really reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that we put in place legal, policy, and regulatory framework to ensure that we achieve minimum wage and implement this comprehensive agenda of decent work country program. That I can commit to all of you. And we know that this particular country program is number 3. It's building on the first and the second. But critical for me is that it is addressing core issues for us in the labor market, issues to access to decent employment, livelihood opportunities, issues of informality. You know, 80% of our Ugandans are in informal sector. The articulation of how to address decent job within the informal sector, for me, is the emphasis that I will look at as a minister. How do we achieve that? The issue around enforcement. When we sit here, we can make very good programs. We can make very good laws, very good policies. But if we cannot enforce, and I think that is the greatest challenge for the tripartite partners, the enforcement. Even if we choose to say, let us first have all the cities, all the municipalities and growth centers to have fully fledged labor officers, because some labor officers are covering 3 districts without fuel, without transport to go, and without I'm seeing a lot of issues around innovation, AI, and I was telling somebody who was preparing me that I should go tomorrow program in OSH and so on. I said, first demonstrate to me that in the ministry we have that going on. How do I go to talk about artificial intelligence in a press conference? Not yet. Be practical. So that labor officers, we empower them. And I'm glad that now the empowerment we are undertaking with partnership with NSSF and others, we want to build the capacity of labor officers, but also have one guidelines for enforcement and monitoring, with letters that should go to all employers, that these are the list of labor officers. When they enter your factory or workplace and you stop them, the law will be enforced, because they are stopping them. Most of those people, the labor officers goes and say, who are you? We don't know what is the identification and so on. Now we are going to centralize identity card for labor officers and write to all those employers to make sure that they respect and have guidelines. When a labor officer enters a workplace, the person can look at NSSF contribution, we look at rights of the workers to organize, we look at issues of occupational safety and health and all the other ingredients around the workplace. Both what the employer should provide, but also the rights of the employee. So the other issue which I see very important is the issue of social protection. Social protection employers, and I ask you, how many people you have you've given medical insurance? I don't know how many you. And the issue of dodging NSSF, you have 1,000 workers, 500 workers, then the rest are nowhere in the salary scale. In the salary books, the human resource will just show you 20 people as people who are what? Who are. So the issue of contract. Decent work also means you must give the worker a contract, a signed contract. How many people come to you saying, I don't have a contract, I have been injured, I've not been compensated, and I ask them, can I see your appointment letter? There's no appointment letters. Several of those, safety and health is very critical if we are to provide decent work. So decent work, basically, the Federation of Uganda Employers, you must be at the center of decent work, at the center of it. Because most of the workplace is the employers to put those requirements that make safety, ensures contract, ensures right. The first call is on the employers. And you are seated in together with the workers. That sitting arrangement shows that you two are supposed to work together and deliver for us. So let us recommit to that. We want to acknowledge, and I want that this team, the technical team, sat and looked at the document page by page, sentence by sentence, line by line, and they assured me that it is in compliance with our NDP 3, but also the upcoming NDP 4. It has been realigned to that. It has been realigned to the ministry strategic plan. It has been aligned to the NRM manifesto. It has been aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goal, the ILO, and all the other regional and sub-regional commitment that we are signatory to. So I want to conclude by acknowledging the support and cooperation of ILO. Thank you very much for all the support that you have rendered in terms of expertise, in terms of resources, that has made us reach where we are. And don't get tired with us. I want to thank all the partners who have sponsored this particular meeting. Without you, we would not be here articulating this very fundamental issue, and to inform all parties that we remain committed to implement, to monitor, evaluate, and ensure that the workers of Uganda are protected, and we look forward to working with all the stakeholders to achieve the priorities, the objectives, and create a brighter future for our workers. Thank you very much.
For those of you who belong to the work organizations that get a good beating once in a while, if you need the statement, I have it. Honorable Minister, there are some employees who beat other employees in the exercise of their work, making our work not as decent as it should be. I am not going to say more than that. What we are now going to witness, you're very welcome, sir. We've been, while you were away, everybody here agreed that yours is one of the most decent work in this country. With also a very decent work portfolio. And knowing that you would come in your absence, we thanked God for that work that you do. And most of the people at that time said amen. You can add to that amen now that you're here. To append your signature to this document on live television so that or you can give us the version of your signature that doesn't do checks. The Lord has saved me from a lot of things. I spent 10 years on Nasser Road, and I did a lot of interesting things. Nasser Road is the Juakali street, where every document can be manufactured at a fee. And I was involved in that trade. And I used to be called professor because I only needed to look at a signature and for good money. But there are also things I never signed. Marriage certificates, because I believe even when you are unethical, don't be unethically unethical. So marriage certificates, those I said, I will sit to cow. But these are the small things. There is a time for everything, the book of Ecclesiastes does say so. I am never embarrassed about where I have come from. I am a very honest person. Whether you say it or not, there are people who know anyway. So I have been saved by the Lord, from my Lord. So if you ever have problems with your signature, please come and talk to me. But for now, we will deal with the signing of the documents. And if you insist, before we go for lunch, I might be in mood for another classic. My lords, is that an aye? Now that my lords have said so, I will push in one. You can be very sure it will be a Frank Sinatra. Or the Deputy Solicitor General, I think he's also a good recipient there. So I will push in a Frank Sinatra. We are waiting for the signing. Or should I squeeze that one in as we wait for the signing? Is that an aye? Okay, fine. Let me squeeze. As they sign, fantastic. Let me talk to my producer. And now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain, my friend. I'll set clear, I'll state my face, of which I'm certain I've lived a life that's full. Well, I've traveled each and every highway. Well, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've heard a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I've planned each other course, each careful step along the byway. More than this, I did it my wanted it my way. I've loved, laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now as fears subside, I find it oh so amusing. Well, to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Well, no, not my way. For what is man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels. Another of one who kneels, I did it my way. Ah. Sorted that out for us. He said, first love God with all your heart and with all your mind, and neighbor as you love yourself. That is where, as you love yourself. The question is, if the roles were reversed and you became your employee, would you be comfortable working in the conditions you have created for your employee? That's a personal question for you to answer. I love that song for one reason. God does not create copies. If you know Kasumba, I live my life on my own terms. And I was created that way. I also anchor news my way. I also moderate dialogues my way. You will not find another moderator who is a musician to the extent that I am. the, the British believe in let other people blow your trumpet. The Americans say, when you have a chance to blow your trumpet, blow it as hard as you can. And that is why the Americans are very good with marketing. The Americans do not let anybody talk about them. They will talk about themselves with, so I don't know whether you are of the English or the American persuasion. I'll leave you to that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the adrenaline levels are where we want them. Let's go back to requesting for a thematic topic presentation, and Mr. William Mkasa Senyonjo, the head of safety, Diageo Africa, will come and talk to us about strengthening compliance with employment law, enhancing occupational safety and health, as well as workers' compensation mechanisms. He is the gentleman going to make the presentation. If he is A, here, or B, still interested, he could come to say, everything has been said, I agree with it, then he sits down.
Thank you very much. I was told you're going to switch to the big screen in the middle. So frankly speaking about myself, I'm just coming back home. I was with the ministry for about 12 years, and I was baptized in the health and safety career as of 1st November 1996. By then it was the Factories Act. And if I remember vividly, in 2001, I welcomed the Commissioner of Occupational Safety and Health today, Eva Katusabe. And in 2005, I welcomed Alex the other name, sorry, I keep mixing so many names, but Alex Asimwe, yes, in 2005, when he joined the Department of Occupational Health and Safety. In 2008, when we had just proudly got successes of the Kyogam, working so hard diligently with, I'm waiting for my presentation, with Alex. Oh, I thought you were going to switch to the middle screen, please. It's hard to look at the slides this way. Hopefully they will come. So, oh yeah, thanks. So, when we had just made the successes of integrating health and safety in the Chogam meeting of 2007, fortunately or unfortunately, I had to leave government and join the global corporate world and work for the company called Diageo. Diageo is the world's leading premium beverages company, and here in Uganda, we are Uganda Breweries. And I work for the global governance team under global technical in the global health and safety team. And I'm responsible specifically for Africa, even when I serve other regions. Happy to be back, seeing so many of my colleagues around whom I've missed for so many, many years. And Alex, I thank you for recognizing and remembering me and calling me here. So I think, will it move? Navigate? Yep, sorry. I'm trying to test my technology here. So that was about me. We could progress. Apologies, yes. So at this presentation, actually the main title is Integrating Occupational Health and Safety Systems in a Modern and Technology-Driven Workplace. And over the last 1.5 days, we've been talking about all these elements. But ideally, the paper is meant to focus so much around how employers, workers, and government must adapt. 1, to occupational health and safety standards. 2, to workers' compensation systems. And I mark that word in the evolving workplace to enhance productivity and contribute to sustainable business growth. So I think for staying on the rail of the meeting, my concentration will be so much around the evolving workplace and sustainable business growth. Okay. So we all traditionally know when you look at all those elements, what do all standards entail? They entail guidelines, regulations, and I think the body here is responsible for all that. But when we go technical, we are meant to identify, evaluate, and control workplace hazards, and also prevent accidents, injuries, illnesses related to work. I want to say, just as technology evolves, also the world of health and safety evolves. Today, we are no longer talking so much about injuries, because injury is a reactive world. We are talking about issues to do with life-threatening, life-altering events. You have not been injured. I give an example. This ceiling comes down. Nobody has been injured. But if somebody was passing by that route, he would have been fatally injured. So if I used a drop calculator, it would be a fatal occurrence. So meaning, I should be worried more about near misses than actual injury events. If I'm looking at reportable accidents, which the ministry tracks, I would be interested even in first aid cases which are never reported, because some of those would have resulted into a life-threatening or a life-altering outcome. That's why yesterday when I listened to Moses, I think we need to be very careful these days when we are also reforming our guidelines, policies, and procedures. When we go to the workplace compensation systems, they are looking about financial and medical benefits to those suffered work-related injuries and illnesses. If I work from home, how will I be monitored? How will they track that? Two, the minister was talking about people compensating people. Occupational illness. How did the world of work propagate that illness? Because you may have a chronic issue, but when you came into the workplace, we are not able to tell whether this was work-related or not. In the absence of systems for medical surveillance, how would we know? So those are some of the attacks now we have, looking at technology and how our management systems are being affected. I'll move quicker to the evolving dynamics of the work, and I want to look at safeguarding employee well-being. When we look at all these things, there are many things. If I'm a pilot and I'm meant to fly a plane, I have all the rights in the world to say I had a fight with my wife yesterday, I'm not in the good mood to fly this plane. Are workers empowered to that level? Do they have that authority to say, I didn't have good sleep yesterday, I can't run this machine for good reasons? That's dynamic words. Facilitating cost management. Wherever we are going in the economy of the world, everyone wants to cost cut. So this old technology, or the dynamism, is meant to make businesses more what? Efficient. We like it or not, every employee of the world wants to cost what? Cut. So in event of that, how do we integrate technology in our safety and health management systems to manage the cost-cutting which comes with it? So if we are to look at the productive and sustainable business growth factors, is safety a value? Because if safety is your value, it will be second to nature. You will use your handrail when you are going down the stairs. Okay? I will go to things like competency, training, skills, and knowledge, because I know the presentation has been touching a bit over these issues. But if I went to define competence in the world of work, I think there's PS who talked about attitudes. It will be skills, knowledge, training, experience, attitude. And attitude plays a very big fundamental piece in the competence of a what? Of a work. And for many global organizations, one of the foundational standards is capability. The work should do their job when they purely know what they're doing, and they are trained to do it. So we are looking at all this skilling and all that in our skills center. Are we trying to look at those other elements we are not thinking of today? Compliance with regulation, that's the theme of all this. But I want to challenge my former department without necessarily physical visit to the factories, because all the resources are not there. But there's a lot of systems in the world that can help people to be compliant with legislation, and you can track them by them uploading evidence of how they comply with the legislation. It could be an app, it could be anything. Embrace technology and digital transformation, I think we shall go there. Automation and streaming systems, and streamlining systems and what? And processes. Try to, apologies if my move doesn't move very quickly. Okay. So, if we look at an occupational health and safety management system, I know all of us here are not occupational health and safety people. That's why this slide chooses a space. But we are looking at structured approaches to manage risks. In fact, I apologize when I started my speech because it's technical. I didn't observe protocol because I'm a risk manager. I didn't want to make any attempts to call some approaches of managing risks in the present day work. Creating a culture where safety is a top priority. And when we are talking about a culture, it values, attitudes, perceptions, and patterns of behavior. It's the way we do things here. Have we ever had a system of measuring the safety culture of industry in Uganda? 1 out of 10. What it is? What is it? Because our baseline should be telling us that the safety culture of our organizations is 2 out of what? 10. And how are we going to measure this safety culture? You cannot actually measure culture, but you'll put programs in place to see people's behaviors. Because the behaviors will help you tell the culture in the what? In the place. Do we have these behavior standard tools and programs to help us the culture? If I ask all of us here in the room to clap our hands, and 10 of us were clapping to the right and 3 are clapping to the left, it will only tell us we don't have a safety. Same thing, the same way without what? Questioning. Are we taking our enterprises and workers that route? So if I look at the components of planning, on the other side, I will forget about policy organization, but plans and procedures to identify hazards, risk assessment, and implement control measures. I remember Alex can recall when we first went to the enterprises and asked them about risk assessments, when we are trying to go to hotels, when Chogam was coming, and that was unheard of. The question of enterprise should be able to look at so many of the things. The foundation of health and safety is risk assessment. How many of our enterprises have a risk what? Assessment of the operations? But if I look around, I would see opportunities for trips and falls of trailing cables. I would see opportunities of spills of coffee at the coffee station and all. In any enterprise in Uganda, show me your risk what? Assessment for your activity, because that's the only way you will identify which work, which activity, which hazards, which controls, which additional controls do you want to put in what? In place to reduce the level of the risk. There will always be residual risk at any point. Improvement, that's why we talked about continuous what? Improvement. So, I'm looking at the progression of OHS standards to technology standards. We move from the acts of parliament, we go to regulations, and I think guidelines, and that's what we give industry. We expect industry to take that away and have their own standards. I would work what? Instructions. Yesterday, I think it's the head of IT in the ministry who talked about a chemical exposure event in industry. And I think there was a bit of work to be done around that. If I was looking about chemical exposure, I would ask many things. The safe operational procedures for chemical management in that enterprise. That to tell me what chemical came in, the properties, the amounts, like he said, who signed up these chemicals, how are they stored, what's the compatibility, what's the toxicity, many of those things. So, meaning, the standards we have traditionally, if an enterprise is to back them very well, there will be prevention and elimination of risk standards. And and guidelines. There will be standards for capability. There will be standards for culture, behavior, and role modeling. Now that the world is progressing so well, a company like mine, we are starting to think about standards in technology development. And what are we looking at? Developing standards on human and robot collaboration. We are looking at standards of early warning systems. We are looking at standards of artificial intelligence and machine learning, automation, and gamification. We're already developing those standards in our 2027 strategy. That's where the world is. Actually, the minister, I think, was right to say you called me to talk about AI, and I don't know whether we are very ready in the board to speak to, the technology which is coming. So these are some of the challenges we want to input in our operations. Okay. Just speaking about what is out there, if we are looking about this integration, respond to potential workplace hazards. Like I said, capability is the first thing. Training has also changed. The classroom-based training of ABE has been augmented by virtual simulations and virtual training. I did that kind of training in South Korea. And I can tell you and guarantee you, if an animation brought a 90-kilogram hammer onto your head without a crash element, definitely when you leave the room, you'll put on one. You like it or not. So how well are we changing our training into simulations so that people can be able to understand fully the students they are meant to interact with in the workplace? It's like going to Disney and you see how they do animation films, okay? Number 2, best practice sharing. I don't know whether the ministry has a best practice library for health and safety. I know we used to have a registry, central registry somewhere. But for health and safety, Uganda should be having a best practice library, and it could be a platform where we all go for that kind of what? Information as employers, as workers. Real-time issues around hazard reporting. Where I work, we have a system called SAC, Safety Improvement Report Card System. If you see something, we say see it, sort it, SAC it. You take it onto the platform and say, I saw a training cable in this location. You give a solution how you need to manage it, and you get a feedback that somebody has worked on it. So do we have our enterprises doing a bit of those things here? Yes, Uganda Breweries does that. Incident investigation, reporting, and tracking. Do we have a system of investigating and reporting accidents where it will take me through the whole investigation approach? It will help me to do a root cause problem solving or root cause analysis, and to help me to tell me what was the root cause and contributory factors, so that I will be able to make corrective and improvement actions intelligent. This could also be nationwide. Based on the injury statistics we have, how well are we analyzing them? Programs of prevention, and I'll proceed to things to do with regulation and also monitoring employee health. Just like you have a smartwatch, you can have a smartwatch for so many things. So ideally, they are wearable devices you can have on. Okay, this is the most interesting one. I think everybody has been talking about robots. We're worried about how these things are going to collaborations with the machine is coming here to stay. Business is already thinking in that direction. Uganda is not exempted. The earlier we see it as FUE and the workers' organization to start thinking about a needs assessment in that direction, the better. Think it's slow. Okay. So what do I want to speak about? Let me go home quickly. This is my last slide, perhaps. I want to give you examples. This is just a few of those. In our organization, speaking about Diageo, we have a system, all our standards are housed. It's called EQMS. So if you are doing something, you just pop on a link and it will bring you the standard. And you are able to live within that standard in your day-to-day work. We have another system or platform. Those are not there, I'm speaking about them here, called Enablon. Enablon system will be where you report your KPIs. It is where you do your incident management. It's where you do your audits online. And we give you an opportunity as an a company to do a self-assessment. And you upload the evidence. And under the system, you are able to tell your level of compliance. And if we are to report, we should be able to report about those either lagging or leading indicators, depending on how we set the what? The system. And I can also tell you that traditional safety now talks about lagging indicators, injuries and accidents. We are no longer talking about lagging indicators, leading indicators. How well does the CEO of that organization walk the plant and engage with the workers? How many times a month? What are the kind of observations he has made? What commitments has he made on the shop floor? What kind of communication does he make there? What is the body language? Those are, leading indicators. And one of the elements is self-regulation or self-assessment. Another system is ENHANCER, legislative tracking. All over the world, we are tracking all our country laws under one system to see how well our sites are complying with the country legislations, because we are never above the laws of the country where we operate. But just to give you practical examples, beyond telematics, every Uganda brewery vehicles you see on the road, even when I interrogate my system now and look for one vehicle X, I'll know where it is parked, at what speed it's being driven. And that was just the general telematics you all know under the GPS system. But of recent, we have a program called Safer Driving, Bright Miles Project. We can actually tell your driving behaviors in real time. That now you've touched your phone, that is distraction. You've driven for the last 2.25 hours without a break. You've been driving at this speed, and these are some of the eco events you've done. And if you have exceeded the targets we set, the system will automatically generate you a training. You say you need to go back to class. So we've taken telematics to another level of a safer driving app on your mobile phone. Because we can't police you, but we know you won't avoid touching your mobile phone. Number 2, in our shunting trucks, we have many programs, mixed telematics options, but the clever one we've just invented is the vehicle service software, where it looks at driver management, vehicle management, and the system itself. And those are for the bigger trucks. And we have control towers we are establishing, which are able to tell us the violations you've made, going beyond the speed limits of the country, how you have behaved on a highway in a 50-kilometer zone, whether you've taken rest breaks or not, things of that nature, whether you signed up your journey management plan, things of that nature. Those are all systems which are out there. When I talked about the safe potential, what we call the CFPs, the severe and incident fatal potentials, the possibilities of life-threatening and life-altering. That's where we get clever technological interventions, because we are able to say in our plants, many of these potential for injuries, all for life-threatening occurrences, are coming from vehicular and pedestrian interactions in our plant. So many people have either escaped an injury or suffered an injury. So how do we work towards an intervention? What do we need to do? Maybe technology is one of those. Let's go for forklifts to what we call from bronze to gold standards, where we are getting forklifts which have those kind of features, like seatbelt with compliance and sensor detection, so the machine will not move unless you have engaged your seatbelt. We have what we call an electronic pre-checklist, because we know if you tell a man to get a pen and tick, they will tick every box. But if it's electronic and tagged on your batch to start the engine, unless you do that pre-check, you will not be allowed to move it. It won't start. The forklift also, let's say, the GPS your time tracking, it will slow down if it senses something's going to impact. If there is somebody moving by, it will slow down. So we are now putting all those intelligence systems in situations where we see our people have potentials for death. And also, like I said, technology is here to stay. We are starting to think about automated guided vehicles in our operations, AGVs. And lastly, we are also inventing a tool, it's tested somewhere in Scotland, of what we call Zaptic, peer-to-peer observations, so that we take safety to our peers. It's not about my line manager coming to tell me about my safety, it's about my my peers. So ordinarily, I think this could be my last slide there. What are we saying? Mr. Commissioner, this is what you asked me to answer. In conclusion, actually this theme is rhyming very well. I think the director from Dar es Salaam who talked about it, but everybody knows. We are going through the World Day for Health and Safety. And it's not by mistake that the ILO chose the theme, the role of AI and digitalization at what? At work. So across our organizations, we are now preparing to celebrate and do activities which rhyme with the what? With the theme. But if we are integrate technology into our own systems to create a safer, healthier, more efficient, and more productive workforce, this should be very strategic. Where is our economic direction? Where are we going as industry in Uganda? What is our, do we sit in our Vision 2040? Where do we sit in our Decent Work Country program? Meaning, this management system should be speaking to the real world of where we are progressing to. And what I expect today, Eva, Alex, is you have a country needs assessment for that. It's just like when you are going for a training, you do a training needs what? Assessment. So meaning, FUE and the workers' unions and government, the tripartism, we should be now doing a country needs what? Assessment for reforming our health and safety management what? Systems. And also, we should be training our people to adapt. I don't know where our Center of Excellence for Health and Safety in Uganda is, Alex. Where is it? In the department, okay. I'll be happy to visit it. But when you go to OSHA, KOSHA, where there will be a training unit within the department with all the functions, with the simulations and all these devices, where people are being trained on gas monitors, how to use them and all this kind of stuff. So, adaptability won't come by chance. It's by deliberate efforts of preparing our people on the stage of technology. And lastly, we should be able to think through the multiple tools available there and see how does the integration work, because it's not one single thing that works with it. Like I told you, telematics or GPS system in a car is now aided by better, safer driver what? Options. Because people can actually enable the system. They can bypass it if they want it. But there's a clever way you can do it that you put layers of protection over layers of what? Of protection. So I beg to stop here and to say I thank the ministry and Alex in particular not to forget me and invite me to come back home and speak. And I pledge my commitment of my professional knowledge to come and work with the department at any time to see what we can do in the world of integration of our management systems into the present way technical divide. Thank you.
There was a very interesting story I watched on television. A bus had killed 10 people in Australia, and the bus driver was sentenced to 35 years in jail. Australia was scandalized. They said they had never seen such an accident in the history of Australia that kills a whole 10 people. It told me that Australia takes life seriously. A bus driver kills 35 people in Uganda, and everybody says it's an accident. If he comes out alive, he will go and drive another bus. I learned health and safety seriousness working in the UK. If you don't show up with safety boots, you simply don't go to work. There is no negotiation. You either have safety gear or you have safety gear. I worked in the care system. If your training certificates are not up to date, you just don't work. You have a training of movement and handling. You have to have a training for food handling. You have to have all these trainings. If you don't have them, you simply don't work. But it's good that we are going that direction. I always wondered whether it is possible in Uganda for somebody to sue a bus company for the death of 20 people. I will consult legal minds during the lunch break. In public interest, I might take somebody to court. 10 people cannot die, and it's an accident. Somebody employed that driver. I will find out. I might take some people to court. Then we will start there. Then people will start to take the lives of Ugandans a little more seriously. I think NAB is suing employers of a certain institution for treating the employers of NAB in a certain way. NAB is the National Association of Journalists. Honorable Minister, in a few with other important persons, my lords and a few others that we will select, there will be a photograph to be taken so that our children's children will know that when they come and things are better, that there was a few of us who prepared for their days. So those pictures will be taken, but before they are taken, we have a panel conversation. This is the new program as amended. And it has been amended by what I told you about that is called exousia. Mr. Yota, exousia is the power that you have now that you never had in 2019. That's what they call exousia. Now you have it. The question is whether you'll have it in 2040. That only the Lord knows. But talking power, we would like for you to come and make a presentation on strengthening social security, ensuring compliance, inclusivity across the formal and informal sector. I've been looking at my NSSF figures, and I realized for somebody who started working in 1996, that the biggest mistake of my life was not to be employed formally. Because right now I will be moving in a completely different type of car. Because at 51 I would have picked something at least. I buy a Porsche Cayenne and then show people that have been working. But of course, after your speech, you are at liberty to change the look of my figures in SNSSF. You have that exousia. The only exousia I have is to call you to come and speak. You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Samson. Thank you for coming. And I'm standing between you and lunch. So as an accountant, I'll make it as easy as I can. Let me see if I can have the presentation. I wanted to say a joke. And as I was coming, I was contemplating, I know they're going to be bored. Should I say a joke or sing a song? Then I arrive here and Samson sings a song. Now there's something you say that there's only one, you can't copy somebody. But for one moment there, I closed my eyes and can bet you I saw Frank Sinatra. Then I opened my eyes and it was black. But either way, thank you for that song. It's amazing the talent we have. So I'm just going to share a little bit about this, if I could have the The pointer, please. I think it could be here. I think it is this one here. No, that's the Porsche. That's the Porsche. Sorry. Nowadays car keys are like computers, so I couldn't do. So I'm just going to take us through a little bit about coverage. One of the things that I think is so good is the minister basically brought the point home around the areas of compliance. So I won't spend too much time on the formal sector because I think she did an amazing job. And together, she's been guiding the fund in the things that we need to do. Last year, under the initiative by the ministry, what we did is we brought some of the agencies like UCC, UNERA, the energy agencies in one room in different dates. And we found out that the level of non-compliance was so high. And one of the things those agencies committed to is for the renewal of the licenses for this year, no entity would have their licenses renewed unless they showed they were complying with NSSF, which I think is an amazing initiative that the ministry is driving. So I'll just say three things that I want to discuss: the state of the old age protection, and I'll just talk from there. For us, under the social security spectrum, one of the guiding conventions is the ILO 102, and talks about the minimum expectations of countries in providing what they call social security. And there are these 9 listed: medical care, sickness, unemployment, old age, and all those offered that a government ought to offer its citizens, and does so through different entities, different agencies that work. I'm just going to focus on one, which is number 4, old age benefit, because that's something that when the government created NSF, it was to address and provide that as a social security for members in their old age. So I'll just talk a bit about what it means. Here's a quote which is quite interesting: "There is no way that a nation can eliminate old age poverty without an adequate pension benefit provision and an effective healthcare system which consists of both the delivery channels and actual health service." On another day, we'll talk about the health side of it, but today I just want to focus on that idea called adequate pension benefit. So I'll give you a few numbers. This is pension coverage in Uganda. This actually came from the National Population Housing Census 2024. We have got 26 million working Ugandans. You split them into the working labor force, there are about 23 million people who are in the workforce. About 3.4 are not. You split the working labor force, those who are employed in what you call the formal sector, employed about 19.9. Those who are in substandard about 2.9. You split the 19.9 million people, about 3 million are in the formal sector, about 16.8 are in the formal sector. Split those further, the ones in the formal sector, 2.5 million are basically have some kind of formal saving plan. Out of the 2.5, about 2.2 million are saving or have balances with NSSF. But look at this other number. The ones who are in the formal sector, only about 900 have some kind of formal savings. And that is a very indicting statistic for us as a country. To make it worse, we're actually living longer. Let's take a look at that. To make it worse, we're even living longer. About 20 years ago, because of the HIV epidemic, many of us were living at around 44, were dying before that time. So there was this scramble for money. They say, wait a minute, NSF, there's a contradiction. You're saying I wait until 55 to come for my money, but statistically I'm dying at 45. Why? That's a contradiction we need to have. So there was a push to lower the time at which you get your money. By the way, in Uganda, you know that we do not have an official retirement age. Each entity has one retirement age. But for NSF, the time you come for your money formally is 55. Now, today, that retirement age is 68 years. That is what you call the lifespan. But beyond that, there's what's the UN called longevity. Add 15 years to that, 68 plus 15, you're going to find that there are more and more Ugandans living over the age of 75 than they were before. Go to your village, your uncles and so on, and you find they live longer. In other words, at 55, whatever you have at 55, add on it another 25 years. That if you don't have another stream of income, how are you going to survive? How is our member going to survive? These are the balances we have right now. We have about, out of the 2.2 million Ugandans, 1.45, that's 83% have a balance of less than 10 million shillings. Look at about only 40,000 Ugandans have a balance of 100 million shillings. Now, granted, those with the balance less are still working. But this tells you that if we are not careful, today our average payout is 29 million shillings. Somebody has worked all their years, they come at 55 and the average payout is 29 million shillings. Now, in that number, that's an average. In other words, we have people who are taking home 500 million shillings. We have people who are taking 3 million shillings, 4 million shillings that process. And that's the whole idea behind this. How does somebody take 3 million shillings? He stopped working, and how are they going to live the next 10 years, the next 15 years, the next 20 years, if we do not do something about it? So it becomes serious as a national issue for us that as a country we take savings seriously. Now, the typical, one of the things that Samson just said, which is very interesting here, that he wishes he had begun to work in the formal sector much earlier. The regret of most people, they regret that the fact, I wish their employer had contributed much earlier. We have a case of, he was actually a clergy, very saved man, he was a pastor. He was actually the CFO of the NGO. During the time of work, connived with the employer to basically understate the wages. So basically they understated the wages, misreported under wages on. Then he had a misunderstanding with the employer. He came to NSF and said, you know what, guys, this is what we're doing. You go audit this company because I need to have my money. I said, but you're the one actually perpetrating this crime. He says, no, I don't care. Me, I want to do what? You go and audit. So I went and audited it for 5 years. Like honest as we are, we recovered for him over 80 million shillings that he had actually helped perpetrate hide. And it's amazing just the things that people do, because that money accumulates over time. And you see what happens. Only 5% of those who retire basically realize what you call financial independence after retirement. So the stats are serious. And for all of us here, I'm glad I can see many of us still have energies. You have a chance to actually even save some more in that case. Look at those. Of those less than 10 million shillings, over 50% have less than 1 million. Over 50% of the ones with the 10 million shillings have a balance of less than 1 million shillings, and they earn an average of 250,000 shillings. And those are kind of when we talk about minimum wages, you look at the benchmark that we need to do, because you need to lift them up. Because this country, we're becoming more and more, and we're living longer and longer. You can actually see a social crisis barreling down towards us in the next few years. So we have actually to do that. So not enough people are saving, and even those who are saving are not saving enough. And that's a reality that we see. So when you look at that, something else. In today's call to action, Uganda's domestic long-term savings to GDP is only 12%. When you look at countries like South Korea, Vietnam, China, Taiwan, South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, they became Asian tigers. And one of the elements they did when their domestic long-term savings hit 30% of GDP, they had a pool of long-term domestic savings. So if they had a development project in a country, at least they put 20%. Then they went to the World Bank and negotiated for the 80%. What's happened to us as a country? It's only 12%. So what happens? We go empty-handed to the World Bank, to the IMF, wherever it is, and want them to fund 100%. And the terms they give us is incredible. As a nation, we decided and passed a law regarding LGBT, and the World Bank says we're not giving any new loans and so on. And all of us panicked. We said, oh my goodness, we are going to die. Because at that time, we saw all our livelihood going down. If we have our own pool of long-term domestic savings, we then can basically fund some of our development agendas internally before we even go outside. So really, for us, for Uganda to enter into what we call the African economic giants, we need to boost our long-term savings. And it's critical. So at a personal level, you need to make sure that you're saving. One of the most interesting things we see going on, you won't even believe, is back then, 20 years ago, as we were growing up, women had as many kids as we wanted because I was counting on my child to take care of me in old age. Today, you are seeing more and more 35-year-old, 40-year-olds are still living in their father's home. You are taking care of them. Sometimes they even get married in the home. You now take care of the grandchildren too. So that traditional safety net we had is no longer there. And you have to prepare for it yourself so that when that time comes, and there are a number of things that we can do so that you can actually do that. So what are some of the things that we're doing? There are some of the initiatives. Because by the way, one of the things that drives us, somebody says, what's the mojo of NSF? Is this. We want to make lives better by making savings a way of life. We want to empower more people to save more. And we're trying to find that, and that's something that we find that it's amazing when you begin to see that thing. If somebody is earning 250,000 shillings, and they say 5% of that, 5% of 250,000 shillings is 12,500 shillings. The employer then puts in and doubles that number, puts 25,000 shillings. Now that member is saving 37,000 shillings a month. If that member is 25 years today, in 55 years, if you do the model for that, even if alone 10% alone, that member will have over 100 million shillings saved. Just saving that 12,500 shillings a month. So it matters. So these are some of the things we've done, and I think that means, so we have two prongs. We need to increase the willingness to save, which is education, awareness, partnership, enforcement. Let me talk about education, especially on one area that we really need to be very careful. We basically have a financial literacy unit at the fund. And we are going out and letting employers know and employees know the benefit of saving. The one thing that the law did in the fund, really in the act, is to create this called a 10% penalty. Many of you have run afoul of URA. URA's penalty is 2%. NSF is 10%. It is punitive. And it was meant to be punitive to act as a deterrent. NSSF, when you default, it is not in our interest to close your company. Because when you close a company, you created another social security problem. People are now out of work. So we work with the companies to help them comply. We'll say a payment plan for you to bring you in compliance. Now, there are employers who think they can get away with it. And that's why it's not a civil matter when you don't comply with NSF. Civil matter has got a lifespan. It's a criminal matter. Basically, and you don't go for the company. Criminal matters, you pursue the individuals, the directors, the owners. And it's very punitive to fall under that. I tell guys, it is cheaper for you to comply than not to comply. The 10% you have to add on the employer is a cheaper proposition than not to comply, and then you're faced with a penalty and also possibly criminal charges if that happens. And those are things we're letting our employers know. That please, let's comply. One of the things that Samson just talked about, in other entities, please, complying is non-negotiable. You need safety boots, wear safety boots or you don't come in. You have to pay the social, please pay, because the good thing is the money, that money actually goes to the employer. It's not even going to a hall where nobody knows what's happening in that case. Awareness, national awareness, we've tried to do that. Partnerships, I just talked about something. I think the minister mentioned this one. I think what we really have to thank the Ministry of Gender is to give us access to the labor inspectors. Because they have access to things we don't have access to. And they're going to come and tell you guys, they will come, and one of the things they check whether or not you will comply with the NSSF. And then from that point on, you get in a different category for those things. The thing you mentioned about self-assessment, if there's somebody who needs to confess, please self-assessment, we can help you do self-assessment so that you can comply in that case. And then, of course, enforcement of the law that we talked about that we're actually doing. If you look at just some of the achievements last year, over 1 million graduates of our financial literacy program. 1 million Ugandans over the last 2 years took our financial literacy programs. Look at, we have about 2,000 employer roadshows annually. Through what the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Gender did with us last year, 13,700 employers, we found out how we're not complying at all with NSSF. And then, of course, we've recovered about $5.2 million. That's running close around 16, 17 billion shillings that we've recovered because of those efforts. If you look at the, so we have willingness to save, the bill to make you willing to save. Now I get into the informal sector. The informal sector, you don't have the compliance tool. I can't force somebody to voluntarily save. I have to persuade them to save. So I persuaded them to save, the willingness to save. Then what we're now doing is to increase the capacity to save. And one of the things we are doing as an entity, just a few things that I'm going to just mention to do. We have something, we're actually creating our own members. Over 4 years ago, we started funding startups, early stage startups. Target is 500. We funded as of the end of actually this number is now 437. By the end of June, we should have 500. But guess what's very interesting? Created over 30,000 direct jobs who today, as of today, have saved 1.2 billion shillings. So we know when people make a little more money, and we are helping them do that, they will save with the fund in the process. We are doing something with agriculture, which, as you know, 80% of our economy is agriculture. Now, I'm not going to ask you, let me ask you a question which is you guys may not know, but I'll answer it anyway. What is the biggest pain point for agriculture in the country? Some people think it is the weather, some people think it is post-harvest handling. The number one problem in agriculture is markets. We grow, we plant, we have nowhere to sell. And it demotivates farmers. I had a friend of mine, she went and planted the tomatoes in Nakasonga last season. 5 acres of tomatoes. No, of beans. She expected to harvest 5,000 kilograms. She harvested 500 of all the 5. When she harvested, she now, because when she planted, she had an idea that all the schools want beans. Nakasero market, they want beans. When she harvested, she went back to the schools. Nobody bought her beans because they had their own suppliers. She went to Nakasero. There's a structure on how you enter market. You can't just come with your truck full of beans and you sell. So when she told me that, my first thing to her, wait a minute, how could you only get 500 kilograms from 5 acres of beans? She said, Patrick, I'm glad I got 500 acres because right now I have a 500 kilogram problem. If I had put super fertilizers, I would have had a 5,000 kilogram problem. And that's what lack of market is doing for us. So we're trying to put up a program to help us get and intervene the farmers. And as the farmers make more money, they begin to save formally for their own retirement. And we think that brings around 8 million members if we do that very well in the process. The last one, we've actually created a tool, and this tool basically is helping it easy for people to save. We rolled this out 4.5 months ago. November 22nd is when we roll out what we call Smart Life. Simplified over your phone, minimum payment 5,000, anybody can save with it. Let me tell you the results of that so far. Even the other thing is the Badabadas guys are here. I don't know whether you guys knew that. Today I found out there are about 1.2 million Badabadas registered in Uganda across this country. But they have a union that's coming up. So the chairman of that came to us and said, Patrick, why don't we get in partnership together? We say, you are lying. So we challenged him, we thought it was lying. We did a pilot. In one day, we registered 2,000 Badabada to save with the fund, which was just incredible. So we know that the informal sector will save if you give them the willingness and you can create that ability for them, the capacity to save for the do so. These are the last, this is as of this morning. This is savings, voluntary savings over the last 4.5 months. 21,000 people have enrolled in that program. They've saved 11.3 billion shillings in 4.5 months. It demystifies the myth that tells us Ugandans don't want to save. No, they do. Give them a place they can trust. Give them the tools they can use for savings. If you can help them make a little more money, and in the process, they begin the saving culture. And when they turn 55, the most interesting thing is in this study, I will give you just 2 things that were interesting. We have, out of the 21,000, 33% have saved less than 10,000 shillings. 33% have saved less than 10,000 shillings. So if the person at the bottom is actually saving now. Second point, there's a lady in Owino market, because we're in Owino market, and we've gone down there. This lady, in a space of 23 days, deposited 42 times. She would make her come money in the morning, 5,000 she sends to deposit. Before she goes home, she sends it. It was like she went crazy on just depositing money. And the tools are there and we're doing it. And today, NSF as an institution, we are driving that. I will give you the last statistics that for one of you, I hope you're a member of the fund. And you'll be very happy, Mr. Kashumba. Because we ended the year last year at 22. So in 2015, we set up a target. At that point, we were 5.5 trillion shilling fund. We set up a target that we needed to be 20 trillion shillings by June 2025. When we set that target in 2015, we didn't know there was going to be COVID, which closed the country for 2 years. We did not know there was going to be parliamentary hearings, which, disorganized us. We did not know that there was going to be midterm where people would take their money before 55. We didn't know all those things. But because in the process, the fund has earned your trust, we hit 20 trillion last year in January, 1.5 years before the target. And right now, we are 25.1 trillion shillings. We'll hit most likely 25.7 trillion shillings by the end of June. The thing is, the fund today, I think the thing that I really want to say, the fund today is an example of what we Ugandans can accomplish when we put our minds to it. I tell people that no, do not allow anybody to label Ugandan, that we're all thieves. No, we are not. Just a few of us are. We're not all incompetent. No, we are not. Just a few of us are. Because all these Kenyans, all these Tanzanians, all these, we just hosted a whole group, are coming to benchmark on us how you guys doing it. Because from a productivity perspective, this is the last comment I make. From a productivity perspective, we create value for the member in only 2 ways. We collect on your behalf. We pay it. So we have got what we call contributions coming from you. We invest that money and get income. So on your account, you'll see the contribution. You also see the interest you've earned for that period of time. If you look at that value last year, divided by the amount of cost it took us, it was 18 times value. For each shilling we spend in expenses, we made for the member 18 shillings in value. Our total budget last year was about 221 billion shillings. In those two matrices, for the member, we collected about 1.9 trillion shillings, almost 2 trillion shillings. The interest we gave the member was around 2.1 trillion shillings. So the value to the member was about 4 trillion shillings, 4-point-something trillion shillings. Divide that by 221, and that number is 18 times value. For each shilling in spend, we create 18 times value. By itself, it means nothing, except let me go to my neighbors in Kenya. Same metrics. Last year, they created 12 times value. For each shilling they spend, they create 12 in value. Tanzanians were worse, was like 7. Why is that the Ugandan can produce more value than their counterparts in Kenya? It demystifies something for us who have been, we think that Kenyans are more hardworking than us. No, they're not. We can prove that we can actually do much, much better than that. But if we collectively do this and we begin to save every little penny we can along the way, the statistic I started with in terms of the amount of savings people have and the people who are saving will change, because at the end of the day, the government is no longer going to be there to help us. The surge comes, they're helping. Many of you may realize something. ILO says the retirement age is around 60 years. Are we together? Under surge, Mr. Alex here, they increase the retirement, they increase what you call old age. Typically, other nations, you are 60, you're considered old age. Alex, because of resource constraints, say, in Uganda, old age is 80. Now, next year, they may not have enough money. I say your old age is 90. So do not count on that government. Plan it for yourself so that we can do. So as I conclude, the thing that we all need to do in this area is basically this. We not have enough, even as we do these things, but your part is this: comply. Help and encourage your employer to comply. If you have a friend of yours who is not working, and they say they are not, the employer is not sending NS content, please tell them to whistleblow to us. We'll protect their identity. We do. They can come and talk, and we'll do that. And we collect on their behalf. What we find employers do is tell you, you know that money, you'll never get it. It's because they don't want to put the other 10%. And you miss it. And there is nowhere, from an investment perspective, there is nowhere in this country where you can put 10,000 shillings this morning and the government forces the employer to double it. You get to, that, at the end of the day, the entire 30,000 is yours. That's a 200% return on day one in a safe investment. There's nothing you can do in this country that can double your money in one day, unless you are gambling, you bought the lottery, you've done everything. But in a safe environment, there is none. NSF remains one of the best investments anybody can make. And that's why I encourage your people to do it, so that you can actually get there. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen. All has been said and done, and it has left us in a good place to have a meal. I used to go to a restaurant in the UK. It was a Chinese restaurant. Chinese restaurant. And you'd pay £6, £7 for a meal. And on that £6, you could eat as much as you wanted. However, if you left food on your plate, you paid an extra £8. So you pay £6, eat, finish, go back, eat, finish, as much as you want. But if they came and found anything on your plate, they'll charge you an extra £8 on top of the 6. We're still talking about characteristics of civilized societies. I've also been in certain places where you serve yourself and the food remains, and all you hear is, was anything wrong with the food? For the first time, we have agreed that we would like the management of Mestil Hotel, among many other things, to recall that when we had the 3rd annual National Labour Conference, when we served our meals, we ate all of them. And when we wanted more, we went and had more. I'll be moving around to make an audit. And I'll come back with a list of names to be sent to the Auditor General, because that too is also corruption, the type that we never care about. So we will request that you are taking the pictures, right? You have enough film. Okay. I come from the age where people used to take pictures with film. They take them to Nairobi for development. Then they come back to declare the pictures died. We are going to take them again. And the man would go on a Kamba bus, the yellow bus. Yeah, then he comes back comfortably to say, "Eh, banaifananyi byafudde." And but before the color ones, there were those ones that I think were purple before. So we are lucky. My very good friend paid for videography for his wedding. When he called us to go and watch the pictures after his honeymoon, the wedding tape had a movie of Chuck Norris. But we will have pictures here. Those who are going to be in the pictures here must know what Afro Studio was and where it was. We are very few of us who know what Afro Studio was. and where it was. Honorable Minister, and your entire table, and the table of my lords here, and everybody who has made a presentation so far, and will be involved in the picture. Honorable Minister, I will lend you the responsibility of directing the picture. So you choose who you want to be with. When the rest are finished, you and I will take a single. The reason why the minister has stood down, she's being considerate. She's not asking all of you to stand down. There are individuals she expects to be on the platform. All right. The more we move this way, the smaller the individuals will be in the picture. So I'll ask from here that the Lord has chosen to elevate you. Isn't that too far? Sorry, I have a symmetry issue with the picture, but I'm not so sure I can ask my Lord to leave. That's a protocol issue. All right. Does that look better? Does it look better? If it doesn't, I will deal with you after this. I have your balance. We will have lunch, but remember there is an expo and exhibition, and there are very many interesting things at that place. So please remember that it is important to pass by. There is an amazing array of information to be consumed. Good to see you. Dr. Wangran and I used to play squash, and I never beat him once. But the good thing is, the Lord retired both of us from that discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you earlier, I still will take the responsibility to get involved in that risky business of testing the meals before everybody else. It's a very dangerous job. People have died in it. The hotel management has insisted that I go to the place where the minister will be eating from, because that's where real security is required. In church circles, there's what they call a call to worship. Here it's a call to order. There are some places where this is the moment in which, in some places, a sound is made, two individuals walk in, and from then on, it is silence. And if you don't want silence, you commit an offense. There are some circles that are very interesting and how they operate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I mean that as a wish, not a greeting. I hope your afternoon is good. And we do have 3 panel discussions, and I'll give the moderators, I'll be very generous, I'll give them 30 minutes each. And largely because research shows, at least latest research, that the consumption of human beings in the afternoon is not really the highest. So we are ready to listen to the conversations, and we'll begin with the first one, which is a conversation on integrating occupational safety and health systems in modern and technology-driven workplaces. And the moderator of that is Mr. Moses Segawa from the mighty S&L Advocates. Now, the members of his panel will include Miss Eva or Eva, depending on who taught you these things, Katsabe. And she is the Commissioner of Occupational Safety and Health of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. That panel will also include Mr. Jonan Sache, Chief Executive Officer, Uganda Insurance Association. The panel will also include Mr. Apollo Onzoma, Assistant Commissioner, Industrial Relations, again from the same ministry. And finally, by no means least, it should also include Mr. Douglas Opio, the CEO of Federation of Uganda Employers. It seems as if only Mr. Douglas Opio is around for the assignment. Mr. Opio, stripes and polka dot is a very legal combination, and I'd like to thank you for it. Some combinations are illegal. Stripes and stripes is illegal. Stripes and polka dot is very, very legal. As is stripes and plain. So, Mr. Segawa, your time begins now.
I don't know if we could have microphones for our panelists. Right. Thank you, Mr. Kasumba. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch, but not too good to have you slip off through the afternoon session. We welcome those who have just come once again to this wonderful conversation. I think all the panelists have been introduced. I will not take any more time. And we are going to just interrogate the topic which we all have here, which really is about safety. Earlier we had a presentation by Mr. William Mukasa about strengthening compliance and enhancing OSH systems. So I think he set a good background for this conversation. Now, I think, let me start with Madame Eva Katshabe, who is the Commissioner for Occupational Safety and Health in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. In other words, you are the regulator for this space. Yes, and I would just like to ask you very briefly to tell us what your role entails. In just 2 minutes, what your role entails.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, for protocol observed. As a commissioner for occupational safety and health, I am mandated to oversee the department that ensures that workers in this country are kept safe and healthy, and the work environment is also conducive for that purpose. So we do this through a number of interventions and activities as a department and as a ministry, namely inspections to make sure that we are complying with the legal requirements. We set the legal requirements through acts, policies and regulations, and then we do training and capacity building of different stakeholders, the employers, employees, the general public in regard to safety and health. Broadly, that's what we do, in addition to many others, which I may not mention now.
Okay, thank you for that very high-level brief of what you do. And just a little more in that regard. We recently, I think, there is a law, I mean, the Occupational Safety and Health Act. You have had some amendments ongoing. Where is that? What's happening with the reform?
Okay, thank you very much. We have had the Occupational Safety and Health Act of Uganda since 2006. And about 2016, we started the process of trying to amend it, reviewing it and amending it. It's been a long process, but I am happy to report right now as we speak, and credits to our honorable ministers and members of parliament, because where we are now, the law has been amended. I am happy to report, and we are informed that it has been assented to by His Excellency. We shall begin to disseminate the amendments, but as we speak now, we have a new law, an unamended Occupational Safety and Health Act.
Okay, thank you. And again, just what are the, I know when we started out, I remember when I joined the fraternity, we had the Factories Act, you know, that, and my challenge with that framework at the time was that it envisaged the workplace to be the factory. And when the OSHA came, I call it the OSHA, it's quite a mouthful. When the OSHA 06 came, it had extended the workplace, the regulated workplace from the factory floor to the office, because before the Factories Act did not regulate the office. So OSHA extended the scope of regulation to the office. But during COVID, we saw people working from home. So are you now, did you envisage these new developments of remote work and etc. in terms, how far has that scope extended from the office, in other words?
Yeah, the new OSHA Act, at the time we had not envisaged before COVID that we could actually have work from home. But with the amendments now, the scope of the Occupational Safety and Health Act is covering any place where a person is found to be working. So it will include all those virtual settings. For example, if a person, like you've said, is working from home, there will be requirement for the person employing that person to make sure that the person working from home is actually kept safe and healthy through the different interventions that the employer will put in place. So the Act, in its amended state, covers all workplaces, including that virtual setting that we have talked about.
Interesting, interesting. Thank you. So let me just bring it to Mr. Jonan Kisache. The law, the OSHA law, does not stand alone. And I think its twin brother, if you could call it, or twin sister, is the workers' compensation, I believe. And there is an obligation on employers to take out insurance. So from where you sit in the insurance side, with these amendments, you know, I know the workers' compensation side has not been amended, but the industry, the insurance industry, how is it ready for the extended scope since OSHA has been opened to the home. Yeah? If people have policies that, now extend to the, to my home office, or if my bed has become my office, it's a regulated workplace. In other words, how is the insurance industry navigating its new obligation within the extended scope?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Just a point of simple correction. I am Martin Okwaja. I am in charge of non-life at Uganda Insurance Association, representing Mr. John Kisachi, who is out of Kampala in an official engagement. Very good afternoon, Honorable Minister and the members and the delegates in your respective capacities. Just as we respond to the question of the moderator, yes, insurance is ready, and insurance has been engaged in several activities with the process of alignment of the law as far as workers' compensation is concerned. We, as a sector from Uganda Insurance Association, we strongly do believe with a very serious backing from government, this will actually come in handy, not only as a risk management tool, but also we look at it at a form of financial protection that is in a broader aspect. Now, specifically in workers' compensation areas, when you look at it as a sector now, we now look at it in the other aspect of ecosystem as far as workers' compensation is concerned. From the start, we align it from the area of risk assessment, and then we review, because if you compare, for instance, the employee who is working at home and then a casual worker who is involved in the factory, they totally have a different risk profile. So in that line, and with proper supporting law in place, we are confident and we are very happy that we should actually be able to work together to support the growth of this nation. Just to expand on that, that is one of the areas. Secondly, we have a very sticky aspect when it comes to, insurance. From the start, we sell a promise, which actually comes with the aspect of trust, which is determined at the claims stage. When you look at it, normally what we have done is to align this to the current laws. We now have a lot of modifications made, first of all, in line with the technology, automation of the claim process, the entire review of the process in case an employee gets injured. We have to make it so simple and in comparison with the law to ensure that the claim compensation process is made smooth, simple, and adequate for him to be able to be compensated, so that productivity and then on the side of cost-benefit analysis on the side of employer is not affected. With the supporting law in place, we are very happy and confident that this is going to support the sector and this country as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it then to the employers. Douglas, you sit on the other end of this, as the employers, we are seeing an extended scope. We are seeing amendments, higher costs for employers, level of compliance, and connected with this is, new technologies, coming in within the workplace, the capital burden on employers to deal with this compliance burden. How would you, how are you navigating this?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, just to say, employers don't view OSH as a burden. Yeah, it's part of the process. If you want a higher level of productivity, a higher level of engagement, the environment in which your employees work is not a matter of cost. Yeah, so it's not entirely viewed from the point of cost. The challenge, though, in our case in Uganda, is the level of informality is generally very high. And like you saw, NSSF was presenting earlier, they're saying they have around 1.5 million savers, just about 1.5 million savers. But Alex will tell you, we have over 20 million people who are actually of working age. Maybe half of them are actually working in reasonable places, around 11 million of them. So we have a significant proportion of the population where the conversation of safety and health is not even taking place. So at the Federation of Uganda Employers, what we do quite consistently with our members, first is to help them appreciate matters of the law, to appreciate what it means to comply with the Occupational Safety and Health Act, right from the very basic like registration of your workplace. When we started to engage intensely on this, the employers who weren't even aware their workplaces had to be registered, to processes like developing policies for your workplace, occupational safety and health policies, creating a committee within your workplace, having the ability to inspect, having a team building the culture of safety and health is a concern for us employers. The minister spoke about this earlier. It sounded like a joke that there are employees who don't want to use PPEs. It's real. Yeah. The employees who see it as a burden, somebody wearing a helmet, they say it's heavy, it's an inconvenience. Somebody putting on a gumboot, working with it is difficult. So the culture of safety and health is what we are still struggling with. Of course, that aside, there are employers who may not necessarily be doing what is expected of them. This I also agree. But these are the minority. Majority of the employers actually appreciate safety and health, and they're working actively to enhance it. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. And you've mentioned something interesting about the registered workplace. You know, and again, it takes me back to where we started from. You know, that workplace that has been moving from the factory to the office, now to home. Will we register if people are working from home? Will the domestic setting have to be registered? But on a more serious note, there are some employers, and some of them here, who have multiple workplaces, the banks with their various branches, or employers with various, locations. In terms of the registered workplace, and perhaps, I don't know if this goes to Eva or to Apollo, I'll leave it to either. What is the criteria that employers, that you use to determine how many, do I register my head office? Or do I have to, do I have to register every place that I do business? How is that?
Actually, that provision in the law is quite clear. I believe it is section 40 or 39 now in the new cap 231. It is about where the workers are engaged. So if, for example, it is maybe a bank registering and they register the headquarters of that bank, that is only that headquarters that has been registered. So if that workplace has branches in other parts of the country, it has a different set of workers in that branch, and the hazards they're exposed to probably in that other branch are different depending on what they are doing there. So for every location where people are working, you need to register them. Although, like we said, okay, it has come out in the previous discussions, because of emerging trends, now like we've said, virtual work. So probably the person may have to, like those who have virtual workers who are working maybe from home, we have to think it through now. We have to sit down now as stakeholders and see how are we going to regulate this particular aspect of virtual work. But as it is now for physical branches, every branch is required to register.
So what would you say to the ones who are virtual workers currently? What would be the guidance?
I do not want to speak now about that guidance, but we are going to provide guidance. After we have received the copies of the assented act, we are going to prepare regulations. We are required to regulate under the assented amendment. So we are going to prepare. So I do not want now to say something which I may have not really received stakeholder input from.
Understandably. So, Apollo, bringing it to you in terms of when the framework of resolving injury disputes, I know occasionally when an incident happens and you know, it's taken through the system, there's a disagreement on the degree of disability. What's the framework to navigate such issues when there's a misalignment between the employer and an injured employee?
Yeah, thank you very much. I recognize the protocol. I want to note that we have an act of parliament, that is the Workers' Compensation Act, which makes it a requirement for every employer to take necessary steps for cases related to injuries in the course of employment or when workers acquire scheduled diseases. So part of the responsibility includes complete treatment up to the point that the worker has fully recovered and has been discharged by the doctor to indicate that no further treatment can add any value. And then we get an assessment of the level of permanent incapacity which the worker has lost as a result of the accident. But before that process continues, the process requires every worker who is injured, a notification should be sent to the employer as the first important step, either by the worker or a representative of the worker. And then it is also an important requirement for an employer to inform the labor office. We have labor offices throughout this country about the accident so that they can receive guidance for the next processes. So the law also makes it a requirement, although it doesn't state explicitly that every employer should, but it provides that an employer may insure themselves against any liabilities related to treatment, related to compensation, and any other payments incidental meaning costs associated with treatment to and from hospital periods when the worker is not able to work because of the accident and all that. So that law provides for these processes. It also provides for establishment of a medical arbitration board to handle disputes which arise from the computations and the calculations of permanent incapacities. There are cases where the medical reports are rejected by either party, either the employer or the worker. The law provides that can be given to the notice can come to any labor office, which office then refers it to the medical arbitration board, and the board is dissatisfied with the decision of the medical arbitration board to apply to a magistrate's court. So those are some of the processes, but we have key players in the system. The worker is the primary factor, but also the employer has a lot of responsibilities related to treatment and compensation, and also including how the worker can be settled to. And then lastly, as I conclude, the medical practitioners and insurance agencies play a very critical role in the process of compensation, because any decision to compensate arises out of the recommendation of the medical doctor. So those are some of the key players in the system.
Thank you, Apollo. You've mentioned the role of medical doctors in that whole process. And that now brings me to Douglas. I know that from an employer standpoint, the issue of any doctor, as long as they're a medical doctor, having the statutory capacity to issue a certification of injury, you know, and there's been a talk of, do they have the competence to diagnose occupational diseases? What is the position of employers and the risk in having that disconnect between the clinical position versus the occupational?
Thank you so much. So from the side of the employer, we rely a lot on the government for professionals that are certified to do their work. So to speak, we do not have a major concern as far as doctors are concerned, because usually the employer is the one carrying out the treatment. If it is an occupational injury, most likely it has happened at the workplace. So usually the employer has the choice of where to take the employee, only maybe if the employee is injured while coming to work, because that is also covered under the workman's compensation insurance. They could be taken in other places, but it has not been a major issue which has been raised to us by employers. Generally, it's the computations which becomes an issue, but usually it's going to the medical and arbitration board. But employers have not raised doctors as a major issue.
Okay, as in somewhat fictitious or like non-genuine, maybe it's a genuine certification, but there is no underlying, you know, an employee just wants to take leave or just wants compensation. So they go to a medical doctor and they say, you know, a friend, and just signs a certificate that I broke my neck because of my office chair, you know, and I guess I'm trying to interrogate the challenge in not having occupational medical practitioners rather than instead having clinical practitioners who don't have the training to diagnose occupational diseases. But anyhow, let me just take it to back to the insurance gentleman. This is a risk that you cover, and I think there's been, in some instances, some complaints that the industry, you know, takes long to cover or meet its obligations in terms of the policies underwritten, where the employers send claims, and as far as they're concerned, they are covered under insurance. But then the insurers are saying, taking their time and using the famous triple M's. I don't know if we are all acquainted with that, the triple M, maximum medical improvement, MMI, sorry. The insurers insist that we will not compensate until you have fully recovered. Another question of who is someone who has fully recovered? We don't seem to have alignment. What are you doing to, you know, at least have harmonization in terms of when does compensation kick in?
Thank you.
I can lend you mine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for bringing that very, very critical aspect as far as insurance is concerned. As spoken already by other colleagues, and then the ministry already indicated the challenges as far as reassessments, terminations at times in the degree of incapacity are concerned. Insurance is not left in isolation. We are facing exactly the same challenges. When does compensation kick in? Immediately an incident happens. You know, sometimes information and knowledge on the processes creates a bit of some of these challenges. But if they are well handled, you will actually realize that this would have been avoided. Immediately an employee is involved in an accident, it is very critical for an HR team to be aware that the first request on all parties is safety and treatment of the employee, meaning the employee should be taken to the medical facility. The process of reporting to the medical, to the Office of Labor, and your insurer must be notified of the incident. In the process of being notified of the incident, the employee is receiving required medical treatment. What does this mean and demand of the employers? At least you are required to have the bare minimum facilities. For instance, if you can be able to afford medical insurance for your staff, you realize that some of this stress gets off you, that the medical, this one is able to get medical attention. As the process of recovery kicks in, the notification process has already been done with the insurer and the labor side. Now, when it comes to documentation, you realize there are quite a number of issues which normally come up. One, when you look at the LOD form, there is LOD form 31, LOD form 35, LOD form 87. There are pages which are intended for notification, but you realize an employee has gotten involved in an injury, the notification has been done within 1 week, and within 1 week, an assessment and computation has already been given. And that one, you really see it is out of context. And then you realize that given the nature of injury the employee suffered, definitely you expect this to be severe. But as recovery kicks in, you realize there are possibly some improvements in conditions that may not be severe. But because the process was not handled well, you realize that this becomes a point of contention. He's looking at a medical report awarding him 50% from a treating doctor. An insurer is saying, when was this done? When was the date of the incident? You realize it was done within 1 week. What kind of recovery do you expect this employee to have really undergone? So the aspect of full recovery now, I'm getting to the point where you say, what does this mean on the side of the insurer? The policy of insurance when it comes to workers' compensation allows for compensation for these temporary incapacity benefits with the medical bills incurred, awaiting for full determination of the permanent incapacity degree by the doctor, because you are speaking about life. Life has no value, and you cannot just look at an injured employee and determine is either 50, is 20, he has to be thoroughly examined, and then seen whether he's fit to resume duty or not. If it is determined and found by the treating doctor after a certain period of time, as per their advice as required by the law, then the determination of the degree incapacity is awarded by the treating doctor, and then probably the doctor who has reassessed the employee. You realize within that is where disputes normally arise. Somebody has been injured within 1 week, the report has already been sent, assessment done, the labor office has already computed, and then you realize, do you really understand the process? Or you are supposed to have guided this employee what they are supposed to do? That is where the disputes normally start from. So when it comes to documentation, there are cases which come and they are really genuine, and you see this employee suffered the injury, and with the treatment not availed, those ones have been handled. But also there are normally gray areas which come in. You realize the nature of treatment notes and the medical reports given at the time of the incident is totally different in case of any reassessment done after. And then you will see an employee beginning to contest. The disputes begin to arise. Now, when you look at insurance sector, is highly regulated. Now we have IRA who handles the regulation aspects. They have a very clear process of handling any disputes. But when you look at the workers' compensation and with the law, how the disputes are supposed to be handled, most previously the Act demanded that in case of any disputes, issues are referred to the Medical Arbitration Board. But if I may ask, how many times does a Medical Arbitration Board sit in this country? You may find either they sit twice or once in a year. So will that really be fair to this employee who is injured? So those are normally some gray areas which we feel with amendment of the law, we feel this will enhance the sector with the information flow. We feel this will be good for the industry. Let me just finalize with this last bit. When it comes to compensation, it is very critical that the process is followed, is understood by the employer to guide the employee. And then for us on the side of the insurance sector, we guide them on the necessary documentation so that whatever is required to avoid some of these lapses that will sometimes end up in court, and you realize the disputes have escalated, they have brought in, they have gone to the ministry, and sometimes becomes a challenge.
Okay, thank you very much. I know you're very passionate about that, and I'm sure that the powers that be are listening. I think we need some alignment in that regard. And since the Workers' Compensation Act is being amended, maybe we will have some solutions to that. But just as our parting shot for, I'll give this to Eva, and just finally in terms of what are the technological innovations in place to, respond to OSHA surveillance, work surveillance, and reporting. What are you doing in that regard as we?
Part of government, like they say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts somewhere with a step. So as government, one of the things that we have done to embrace technology in promoting safety and health is to embrace management information systems so that we are able to, in the shortest possible time, get to register workplaces that are out there. We are upgrading the system. We currently have what we are calling an occupational safety and health management information system, which we use to register workplaces, to input findings of inspections. Then we are trying to upgrade it now to be able to receive complaints and information from the public, because one of the challenges, the biggest challenges we have is information, especially on occurrences at workplaces. So that's the module that we are working on right now, so that any member of the public from anywhere in the country can actually log in and just inform us of something that has happened in any part of the country. So OSHMIS is one of the ways in which we have embraced technology as government, among other MISs within the ministry. And then we have also embraced technology in the sense that we are on a quarterly
in 30
basis.
seconds before we are evicted from
On a
here.
quarterly basis, we are engaging the public through webinars. We used to have only physical meetings, but now we also use technology to reach as far as possible with the message on OSH, sensitization and all. And all the other social media platforms that are available to us, we use them to disseminate information and to receive information. I'll be brief and leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I think we have run out of time. Thank you very much, panelists. I give it back to our moderator.
I now would like to call Mr. Willis Basasha, the Director, Manifesto Implementation Unit. He was supposed to be around, but I'm told that that role will now be taken by Prosper, and the Lord has willed that he will prosper. So come into prosperity for all. Prosper, you are going to moderate the next dialogue. Don't worry. The Bible says all things work together for the good. And there's a bit of a consultation here, but the Lord will see you through. It's not exactly the lion's den. Daniel survived that one. Are you now happy? Yes. Especially if you hear the size of khaki that will come after this assignment. Mr. Prosper, you're very welcome. Prosper is not Mr. I'll ask, which one do we Mr.? Bio? Biona Nevi. They are all like that. Is that what it means? A god is like that. Okay, that's a very interesting name. You're very welcome, Mr. Biona Nevi. And Dr. David Ogong, Chairperson, National Social Security Fund Board. will join you from what I have here. I think I brought the wrong panelist. And just like that, you have made me miss my opportunity of going to that board. So, Chair, I beg your pardon. We are switching panels from the one that should have been to begin with this one so that we end with that one. I beg your pardon and I am apologizing. So, Prosper, you will be joined by Miss Esther Chozira. Our friends from elsewhere would call it Chozira. And then also be joined by Mr. Ronald Kasule, Mr. Julius Kamia. I haven't seen Mr. Sam Gombia. Has he joined us? Oh, I have not heard the voice yet. Mr. Sam Gombia will also join us. And then Miss Martha Irankunda. Miss Martha Irankunda is the head protection unit, Ministry of Gender. Mr. Sam Gombia is a board member representing persons with disabilities. And I don't know if he's interested in going to Parliament. Oh, you are? I always thought you would be. And then Mr. Julius Kamia, Commission Education Training and Communications Equal Opportunities Commission, and then Mr. Kasule is Disability Inclusion Expert at UNFPA. Now this panel is going to discuss fostering inclusive workplaces, empowering persons with disabilities for equal opportunity and growth. And Prosper is going to take that panel. The question is, how inclusive is this platform? We will begin by asking that one. Had it been done by the Ministry of Gender, it would have looked differently. See what I did? Yeah. Alex, somebody said, kubawo nyao. Naye sijja kubawo nnyo kuba sinnasasulwa. I'm never serious, am I? You have one.
Thank you, moderator. You've already introduced us, so thank you. I want to sit on the protocol as already mentioned, and we are here to talk about inclusive workspaces, and it is exciting at the same time regrettable that as panelists we are unable to sit because of the uninclusive spaces. So can we clap for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, for the journey that we are going to start for making workplaces inclusive. This is a real challenge. We don't need actually, our discussion may as well end here, such then we close the chapter, but I want to start with Esther Chozira, the Executive Director, NUDIPU, to tell us what are these common forms of discrimination in Uganda when it comes to employment of persons with disabilities or those who are already at the workplace as persons with disabilities.
Thank you, moderator. As introduced, I'm Esther Chozida. Some of the barriers that persons with disabilities face. The first one is the inaccessible workplaces. The example is just here where we're trying to climb up to the podium and some of us cannot make it. And many of us are having such office space where persons with disabilities are expected to climb upstairs when they are coming to work. And failure to access the building can lead to termination. So that is how uninclusive many of the workplaces are. Secondly, there's the access to information. We know that disability is not homogeneous. Persons with disabilities are in different categories. We have people who don't hear, we have people who don't see, we have people who are hard of hearing, and many times our expectations that these must be able to cope up with the environment. And failure to access information normally is judged on the individual without the employer appreciating that there's something more that needs to be done in order to make this person have a comfortable workplace. Then the other challenge is around the stigma and attitudes towards the employer by the hiring officers. Many times, if they see a person having a disability, it begins, how shall we manage this one? How shall we handle? How come we even shortlisted them? How we didn't know. If we had known, we would not have brought this person. So that in itself becomes a barrier. The person is straight away rejected at the time that they're applying for the job. And those who are lucky that they got it, maybe accidentally, still even the fellow workmates find challenges coping up with them. Then we have the challenge of people who get disabled at the workplace. The previous panel has been discussing about the occupational hazards that are found. But many times, when someone gets a disability at the workplace, the next thing is, go, we shall compensate you. But then what is the life thereafter? Compensation alone is not enough. This person has a family, they need to continue working. The best would have been that, okay, now that you have got this injury from our company, let's put you where your disability can best suit you. But that never comes. So we get many coming, they have run out of employment, at the same time they are now disabled, and they just don't know how to go about with life. And the other challenge is the technological advancements that are coming. We know everyone is talking about digitalization, but the question is, where are persons with disabilities in this digitalization? Technology must bring everyone on board so that it is not used as a tool. Because you cannot run this application, we are sorry we can't retain you or we can't employ you. So those are some of the barriers that I could quickly highlight.
Thank you. The population of Uganda of persons that have some form of disability, according to the census report of 2024, is 13.6%. 13.6%, close to 6 million or so. Uganda ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2008. The UN family is expected to be a role model in terms of propagating best practices in the member states. Mr. Kasule, who has been denied platforms to see it, can you tell us to what extent Uganda can improve or do reforms to ensure that disability inclusion is a reality from the UN perspective, from the international best practices perspective?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Ronald Kasule. I work for United Nations Population Fund in the capacity of disability inclusion. So I support the UN system and government and all civil society organizations implementing partners to integrate disability inclusion within the programming. But before I answer the question, I realize that the moderator is also a man of God in a way. I want to tell him that sometimes I fear. I'm a staunch Christian, but sometimes because of these barriers, I fail to reach where I'm supposed to reach. Now the fear is that maybe the heaven is also not accessible to persons with disabilities. That is a very big fear that I have.
The moderator is allaying the fear.
But to go back to the question, as UN, we approach the issue of disability inclusion with a strong commitment to equity and leaving no one behind. This means ensuring that all the employment policies, programs, and practices are inclusive by design, not an afterthought. I am sure that when all of you saw me coming and moving around looking for a ramp, your mind was like, there is no ramp for him. That is an afterthought. We would not be thinking about this if we thought about disability inclusion by design. But the assumption was that maybe a person, why would a person with disability come to the platform anyway? Okay? So I think this demonstrates enough the challenge before us. So we, as UN, we work with government, civil society, and organization of persons with disabilities to help us integrate disability inclusion in all our programming. And we use tools. For example, the UN Disability Inclusion Scorecard. This is one of the tools which help us to measure progress in disability inclusion, to also help us internally to be accountable to our beneficiaries. So government needs to emulate this. Uganda needs to replicate this by institutionalizing disability inclusive hiring policies, by ensuring workplace audit assessment for disabilities and reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities. These are strong policies. And also make sure to engage closely organizations of persons with disabilities to help us get disability inclusion right. By doing this, I think Uganda will succeed in the journey of disability inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the UN representative for that challenge to us. Sam Gombia, you have had it. So is this lack of reasonable accommodation for workers, for employees, for people with disabilities an issue of policy? Is it an issue of attitude? What should we blame in as far as Mistil and most of our workplaces? Is it an attitude issue? Is it a policy issue? Is it a legal framework? Is it a government atuyambe issue?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sam Gombe is my name. I'm representing workers with disabilities on NOTU board, and I would like to thank NOTU for that. Thank you very much for embracing us working with disabilities. So I thank you, moderator. When we talk about attitudes, you know, attitudes requires what we call mindset change. So once these mindsets are not changed, anyhow, anywhere, we can't achieve anything. So we just have to look into our mindset, and then we shift from where we have been, seeing people living with disabilities, to where other people are. It will always help us to bring them on board, Mr. Moderator. So changing the attitudes will help us also looking into the policies and practice these policies the way they are. But because we don't always mind, we bring issues of PWDs at last. We don't mind. Then we find it very even difficult to enforce these policies that you're talking about to accommodate issues concerning us. I can give you an example of when we talk about affirmative action. It's a policy, but where did it die from? Do we practice affirmative action to embrace issues of PWDs? So we find it very difficult. Now, if we embark on our mindsets and we adjust on them, then we'll be doing a good service to our people living with disabilities.
Thank you, thank you. And we have civil society here has cried, has raised the voice. The UN family has raised the voice. The workers' union has raised their voice. Who is going to answer? The Equal Opportunities Commission, represented by Madame Babirian, is going to give us the remedies in as far as what affirmative action measures are in place to ensure that there is meaningful inclusion of workers with disabilities.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Once again, my name is Petra Babirie. I work with the Equal Opportunities Commission, and I'm at the center of remedy. The Equal Opportunities Commission is a constitutional government body. Normally, people mistake us to be private or maybe an NGO at times because we have a name that resembles a bank. They even at times mistake us to be for Opportunity Bank. But we are a constitutional body. Our housing the mandate of redressing inequalities and promoting equal opportunities for all. And our focus is on the marginalized groups, to which group the persons with disability belong. And this is why I'm at the center of it all. I want to recognize protocol and appreciate everyone that is listening in, that the conversation is about what can we do. The voices have been heard. I felt so painful when he could not come up. And I was thinking through what should we do, because the government of Uganda has done so much to ensure that issues of disability, the notion of disability, is known to everybody. And this has been into the direction of inclusive access, participation, and benefit for all, where we have to do a lot. And what do I want to say this afternoon is that if we have the laws, policies, guidelines in place, and there is no awareness, we are still riding from afar. Like we have made a lot of shouting around gender, we are equally going to make the same noise around disability. Somebody would say it is commonly said, if people are seen with this, living with disability, but what are the efforts to give them equal opportunities, equal participation? Normally, if you don't know, you will not do deliberate actions and programming to ensure that persons with disability access and benefit from all sectors. Our key sectors, and like this afternoon, the employment sector, the persons with disability are coming in, the laws are there, like I'm saying, they are lowly known, few people know about them, so we need to know, we need to create awareness. We also need to build the capacity of the HR arm to have inclusive policy in recruitment, and if they are recruited, we also have to offer remedy in what they are calling minimum standards, where they come in, okay, accessibility at entry point is also a challenge that needs solution. Maybe we need to involve other bodies like the building standards and everyone that will be able to offer equal access to all. The ramps could be there, the elevators could be in place, and this person has come in to work. You find that the inside of the building, of the workplace, is not inclusive for them. Madam Chozera has mentioned digitalization. They cannot access the websites, they cannot use the computers because there's need to budget extra for them. It is not business as usual. So us as Equal Opportunities Commission, we are held with the responsibility of reinforcement and ensuring compliance to equal opportunities or equity, where disability is at the forefront, that many people, the employers, do not know about the existing legal and policy framework for them to access employment because they have a life to live. So we need extra attention, we need extra expenditure, and because we also house affirmative action, we need to talk about it. What is affirmative action? Those are the extras, so that we have these people accommodated and do their work. We also need to empower persons with disability themselves to be able to demand for their rights. The laws are there, and you know the challenge with Uganda that we have come up with very good laws, policies, and guidelines, but the gap has always been said. When it comes to implementation, people do not comply. And we just assume that the law awareness around these laws, how we disseminate them, how we let people know. Of course, we are now beyond mainstreaming because the notion now being very intentional and knowing that people are not equal, people are not homogeneous. We have specific or particular or peculiar needs that need to be attended to if persons with disability are to be part of the workplace. So much is happening in there that even in the workplace itself, people that are able and the employers themselves are not mindful of the environment. I want to talk about the commonly said abuse in the workplace, and that is maybe sexual harassment, verbal harassment, and everything that comes with it. If it is happening to a normal person, what happens to a person with disability? Who is there to take care? And then what language are we using to refer to them? Of course, we have shifted from saying people who are disabled, and we are saying persons with disability. But how many people know that we need dignity when we are making reference to persons with disability? Because they are human beings, they are one of us, and we need to really be intentional in making them included. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Equal Opportunities Commission, they are telling us that they are in charge of the different categories of vulnerable groups, but the take home is that for persons with disabilities, we need to give extra affirmative action because they deserve better. I see the room seem to have gone to this book of lamentations, possibly due to the issues being raised and the reality that there is no reasonable accommodation. But let's go back to the book of the Acts of the Apostles by going to Martha to tell us the legal ecosystem and how discrimination is being fought.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Martha, as introduced. And I would like to add to the previous speaker's submission when she mentions that the laws exist, the policies are in place, but now it's just a question of implementation. We'll start right from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that provides for the equality of all persons. As long as you are born, you are equal to one another, and that we have the system of brotherhood. Coming down to also the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that call for equality for all, and also advocates for inclusion of persons with disabilities across all sectors. And just to shift from the international realm and I come down to our country, the national laws, will go straight ahead to the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that advocates, Article 21 provides for equality for all, that we are all equal and we are all entitled to the fundamental rights as prescribed under the Constitution. In addition, the Constitution also provides for the affirmative action that Mr. Sam Gombia was actually speaking to. And it's something that is also being mainstreamed, that this affirmative action is available for all marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities. I'll also go to the establishment of the Equal Opportunities Commission, just under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, that provides the commission, the Equal Opportunities Commission has the mandate to handle all issues to do with inequality, to ensure that they promote the aspect of equality across the board. And this also, as a result of that provision under the Constitution, it brought to life the Equal Opportunities Act, the Equal Opportunities Commission Act, which also provided for the function, first of all, the constitution of the commission, but as well as its functions and how are they to handle the complaints that arise out of discrimination. Just to go into the labor sector or the labor laws, we have the Employment Act that provides for non-discrimination of persons when considered for employment. That is non-discrimination, be it for under the grounds of sex, race, but also disability. And most largest of all, I would also speak to the Persons with Disabilities Act that gives us, it's our guide or our booklet that we go by to speak to the inclusion of persons with disability and advocate for non-discrimination of persons with disability. And also within that very law, it provides for penalties for failure to abide by the law and what it actually provides for. It advocates for non-discrimination in the transport sector, non-discrimination in employment, non-discrimination in all sectors. And this is also something that we are also seeing under the Workers' Compensation Act. The Workers' Compensation Act provides for compensation for persons that have gotten permanent incapacity as a result of their work, as a result of their employment. And I would go on and on. We have a vast a vast, let me say, booklet or guide of laws that surround inclusion of persons with disability, both in the workplace but also in other sectors. Thank you so much. I can go on and on. Yeah.
Thank you. I know the director of ceremonies is going to give affirmative action to this panel, and we shall learn from his kindness. Gombia, the speakers are telling us that the policies are in place, the strategies are in place, the legal framework is in place, so the infrastructure in terms of the instruments is rich. As unions of workers, what achievements can you tell Ugandans that you have registered in as far as inclusive employment of workers with disabilities is concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to thank the unions which are here and those which are not here for the work well done, bringing on issues concerning PWDs on board. So we thank you very much. The achievements that we have gotten from these labor unions, they have brought on board the inclusive collective bargaining agreements. So unions have successfully included disability provisions in collecting bargaining agreements, which has helped a lot workers with disabilities to at least get a conducive environment at places of work. So they have also tried to get jobs for their members, and this I thank ATIGU. It's a union for transport. It has brought many PWDs on board in as far as jobs are concerned. At Entebbe International Airport Aviation, there are people living with disabilities, and also in transport, other transport, we have conductors living with disabilities and some drivers. So they have built capacities for leadership of our PWDs. So I thank them very much. But again, we have also seen a lot of challenges in this. So discrimination and stigma at workplaces, it has also, having seen the challenge, the achievements, but again there are challenges that we really have to fight hard to see that at least we get space for this. So discrimination. I remember very well me getting my very first job. The employer look at your appearance as a disabled and interview you according to your physical appearance, which is also very bad. If Martha here comes in and me come in, the way I walk is not the way Martha does. So they criticize my walking in, and then will he manage? So I remember I went for a voice test. After coming up with a voice, they told me to go back. But the manager kept on telling me, I will call you, I will call you. So I went there for the fourth time. That's when he shouted, you young man, didn't you hear? I said, I will invite. But on listening to the voice, it was my voice. And said, when you use this voice, I'm going to give you what? A job. So I think this is discrimination. You interview me the way you interview others, so that we all achieve out of that. So discrimination and stigma is a major challenge when it comes to places of work. And also physical barriers, their accessibility is a problem. Like here you have seen, it is all over. I've been working at a certain media company, but the studios, radio studios, were at 5th floor. I could go there Monday to Friday. So I think we can also improve on that, because it is our right to ask for these things. And also finally, we should also look into on how we can improve on this. We can strengthen the partnership This partnership might be international or locally here. And then we look into issues concerning PWDs. Then disability inclusive policies that we have been talking about, we bring them on board and we achieve out of these disability policies, and also capacity building for our unions.
Great.
Yes.
The judges and Equal Opportunities Commission have had, and will be waiting for the Union of Workers to refer cases there. Research has shown that poor reasonable accommodation in workplaces and lack of employment quotas for persons with disabilities at workplaces in Uganda could be the reason why we are struggling with disability inclusion. As we wrap up, Esther Chozira Nudipu, do you agree with the argument?
Yes, moderator, I agree. From the time we started the discussion this afternoon, we are talking about reasonable accommodation. Some colleagues keep asking, what is reasonable accommodation? Is it good houses where people with disabilities should live? Reasonable accommodation, according to the UNCRPD or the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, is you being able to make adjustments which do not cause undue burden to you, the employer, but they don't also cause burden to me, the user. And this means that before I get employed, some assessment needs to be done to know what will enable me work better. And depending on the disability, each person has ways that makes them perform to their best. And that's what we call reasonable accommodation. But because many people fear the cost, they think reasonable accommodation is not achievable, is not doable, and they think it's too expensive, so they fear to employ persons with disabilities because of that. So what does this call for? It means that government must come up with a policy that keeps guiding the employers and other stakeholders on the sort of reasonable accommodation that they need to do for each person, so that we don't leave it at the discretion of the employer, but it becomes a right that when a person with disability is in the space, they should be given the reasonable accommodation that they deserve. And when it comes to employment quotas, this is an engagement that civil society has been working on to see that there's a percentage set for each company, for each employer, including government, and we have been advocating for at least 5% of the workforce being persons with disabilities. And the employment quota would help reduce the unemployment gap between persons with disabilities and those without disabilities. But this has not yet come to pass. When you go to the ministry in charge of labor, sometimes they refer us back to the ministry in charge of disability. But we have learned of recent that the guidelines that are supposed to enforce the Employment Act that was recently amended should put in place the employment quotas. And Ministry of Labor, we are really looking forward to this percentage being set. Someone may think it's a disadvantage, but to the disability sector, this will go a long way in addressing the labor issues that we have, including those that talk about reasonable accommodation. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. We had negotiated for extra time, but due to public interest and because affirmative action is not achieved in a minute, we are going to have one of our colleagues from the UN family try to wrap up this session. And he was asking me a question that, where are the sign language interpreters? Then I told him that, you know, because this convention was a bit high level, we had speech to text communication, and therefore those who need sign language were checking through their tablets and the like, but I would apologize when we move outside here. Kasule from the UN, tell us the parking shot, food for thought for everyone who wants to go home and tonight dream about disability inclusion.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. Of course, it goes without saying that all of you, all of us, want to promote disability inclusion, to ensure that our force is diverse in nature to achieve the resilience. But sometimes there are gaps. For instance, the gap of lack of proper knowledge on how to go about the disability inclusion. What Esther was talking about, reasonable accommodation, people thinking maybe reasonable housing. This points to gaps in terms of capacity building. So we needed to do capacity building on disability inclusion. I don't know whether our colleague from the Federation of Uganda Employers is still here, but if, for example, if we work with this platform, then slowly but surely we can achieve our goal. We needed to talk. I know companies that do disability inclusion. We also needed to track, to have inclusive data system so that we can track how many persons with disabilities are included. Let us not just live on rhetoric, leaving no one behind. How will you know that this kind of people, this group is being left behind if the M&E systems are not tracking data on persons with disabilities? We cannot do that. We need disability inclusive data sets that are disaggregated by disability and others. But also, we need to consider to promote funding models that incentivize inclusion. For example, result-based funding, which are tied to disability benchmarks. Then we shall be deliberately doing inclusion, and not to forget working closely with the organization of persons with disabilities. Let them be our technical advisors and guidance during design. It is there is an English proverb that the shoe pinches who wears it. So when you don't have a disability, most likely you forget about it. But if you work closely with the organization of persons with disability, they will tell you that when you are constructing a platform, you put aside a ramp for a person with disability on a wheelchair. So if I were in the Western world, I would say that disability inclusion is not a favor to a person with disability, but it's a wise investment which achieves economic growth and resilience for our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A special announcement from all the panelists that all workplaces, all hotels in Uganda, the public listening, let's have accessible platforms. Everyone deserves an opportunity. Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies.
And as somebody who spent a significant amount of time studying God, I would like to assure you with authority that heaven is inclusive. And that's not just my opinion. It is the opinion of Apostle Paul from the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 15, where he says, "But let me tell you something wonderful, a mystery I'll probably never fully understand. We are not all going to die, but we are all going to be changed." So the changing happens fast. You will hear a blast to the end of the blast of the trumpet, and in a twinkling of an eye, you will look up and blink your eyes, it is over. On a signal from a trumpet from heaven, the dead will come up and out of their graves and beyond the reach of the death, never to die again. At the same moment, in the same way, you, I, and others will be changed. I certainly will have hair again. In the resurrection scheme of things, this has to happen. Everything perishable will be taken off, and the shells will be replaced by the imperishable. This mortal will be replaced with immortality. Then the saying will come true, death swallowed by triumphant life. Who got the last word. O death, who is afraid of you now? It was sin that made death so frightening, and the law called guilt that gave sin its leverage. So it's going to be inclusive, Mr. Kasule. Very, very inclusive. Yes. You will see me with hair. And I did look extremely handsome with it. I remember when I was planning my wedding, I prayed and fasted. I said, God, let there be some hair in my wedding pictures. And there was a lot of hair in my wedding pictures. That's the last time there was. But on a very serious note, when I started working in the media, I used to have assignments working in the sun. And then I would carry a hat, a fedora hat. And people said, no, you see, you can't do television with a hat. I said, this is not Malala. I get sunburn when I stand in the sun. And it took a while for people to understand. But the good thing is, the owner of the enterprise is a very forward-thinking man. He understood that I'm dealing with a proper challenge. So, and then it got me thinking, what of other people who have even more serious challenges? It is something we definitely have to think about. And more so, because it takes an accident for you to move from this to a wheelchair. And that can happen to any one of us. So it's something to seriously think about. Daisy Linda Navakoza is going to be the chair of the next panel. When you look at the spelling of Linda, you know that she was born after the NRM came. Those are very different spellings of Linda. And when you have three names, you know you're a favorite child. Yes. When you have been had as an afterthought, your name Kulazikurabe Thomas, no gendera. But Daisy Linda Navakoza is our chair. Now, for sure, Mr. Peter Odong, this is your moment. You'll be joined by Mr. Daniel Opio, Dr. David Odong. Mr. Daniel Opio is an expert on labor rights and social dialogues at Enable. When people are called experts, I like to make friends with them. Their salaries are also expert. So, sir, we will see you on your way out. I will sign an autograph for you on anything. Miss Rita F. Nansasi Waswa. I didn't know ladies could also carry the name Waswa, but oh yeah. Oh, now I know. Those like, you know, you always learn. I said, oh, ladies Waswa, but now I know. And then Honorable Agnes Kunihira, Chairperson, Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development. We will know later on during tea whether you have served your last term or you are still interested in these things. The Lord will decide. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Catherine Bitarakwate Msingwire, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Public Service, is here. Those of you who are uncomfortable with your current designations, now be very attentive, because her eyes will be scanning who was attentive and who wasn't. You see what I just did there?
Thank you, Mr. Kasumba. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for keeping awake and alert and present this afternoon. And to our panelists, thank you for joining us. I'm lucky, like Mr. Kasumba, to be asking questions to people like the PS, an honorable member of parliament, and my boss. So I hope when I go back, my appraisal for the quarter is already sorted. So anyway, let me start with the PS because we really have recent developments in the public service with the passing of the Public Service Pension Act, the Reform Act, waiting assent from the President. And I just want us to have a discussion around that, you know, what lessons do we learn from that reform process in reference to public service, but also extending and broadening social security.
And if you look at the numbers that were given earlier, you realize that we still have a lot of work to do. But at least we must, first of all, start by thanking the government of Uganda for making the necessary laws, frameworks, and so forth for us to get into the social protection provision space. So while that is there, we realize that the number of people who are being serviced at the moment is just dismal compared to the entire population. We are just scratching the surface. We, as social security service providers, and it's not just NSSF, NSSF is the key stakeholder. We are many, but there is a lot that we still need to do. Right now, we are looking primarily through the method of savings, enhancing savings, getting the workers to put aside money mandated primarily by law, employers mandated by law to put aside money, and that money is invested somewhere, or you voluntarily taking your money to an institution who can help you. So what can we do differently in terms of structural reforms? I will look at it from maybe 5 perspectives. Maybe I could term them 5 A's. Number 1, awareness. There are not many people who are even cognizant of the fact that if I put money aside, it will help me someday, saving for a rainy day, so to speak. If I put money aside, there will come a time when I do not have the energy to be productive as I am today. So I need to do something. There are those who are not even aware of NSSF in this country. They are not aware of the retirement benefit schemes. They're not aware of the different savings mechanisms. There are even government programs that are being pushed down there to help people be productive and perhaps save. People are not really taking it up. So awareness is a key aspect that we should take on board. And this, all players, all stakeholders must participate in awareness. Number 2, accessibility. Accessibility of these services to the common Ugandan, to everybody. Because right now, when we are looking at, for instance, the social security services, the bulk of it is those who are mandated by law. There are very, very few who are accessing it through other channels. But how can we make it common? How can we make somebody in Toroko access these services? How can we make, for instance, if we have a retirement benefits provider in Kampala, maybe they have a few branches in Barara, wherever. What about in the villages? Are they even aware? How can they access? It is not just through offices, it's not just through, there must be multiple channels through which access can be made available. It can be through online services. It can be through mobile services. It can be through person to person. But this access must be made available to anybody, to whichever Ugandan, such that if I need to save, I have access. When now I have access, the services must be available. That's the 3rd A, availability. When, for instance, now I am accessing through an online platform, do I have the means to understand how to use it? If I am accessing it through an office, sometimes you can go to an office and then maybe people are on leave, maybe people do not have the capacity to. So anytime I want to do it, I want to save, I must be, the service must be available in a manner that I can access it. It is available for me. It is ubiquitous, in other words. Then another one is affordability. Can I afford it? Because if you are looking at bridging the digital divide, you are looking at the formal sector, you are employed, you are guaranteed income, you are guaranteed so many things. Your job is protected. In the informal sector, that is not necessarily the case. Day by day, you don't know what you're going to earn. So there must be different levels where even if I have 1,000 shillings, I can save, I can put aside. So can I afford it? So it depends on my ability. So if, for instance, now, there are levels that are set in our structures, in our laws, in our platforms that limit me. If I have a certain amount, I cannot participate. Then it is not affordable to me. And also, where the provider I'm going to, what charges are they going to give me? If it's expensive for me, then perhaps it is not affordable for me. Like for us at NSSF, you do not get to pay anything. We collect your money, we invest, we return it to you with interest. But there are others where something small is charged, but it must still be affordable because they are managing your money and giving you a return. The last one is accountability. The people you are giving money to, is there sufficient trust and confidence in them? Sufficient trust and confidence such that you know if I give my money to them, I can go and sleep without worrying about Buffalo, without worrying about ABCD. A number of institutions that provide these services are actually responsible organizations, responsible firms. But still, we have that responsibility of making sure that we are accountable, we are responsible, we are trusted, people have confidence in us. So let's make savings a culture, a way that will promote our getting social protection in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogong. And you raised very important points regarding accessibility, but also given the history of Uganda, the issue of accountability is quite important in the retirement benefit space. So, of course, I'm going to go to the Honorable at some point to really talk about how Parliament is supporting us to have this full coverage. But before we go to Honorable Kunihira, he says, Waswa, Ninasasi Waswa, you could talk about UBRA. I work at UBRA, by the way, so I'm sure the things that my boss is going to talk about are things that I'm really proud of. To tell us what the regulator is doing, I know there's a lot of work being done regarding awareness, accountability, especially. What do we have now? What do we see in our coming strategy, that we need to put out there for savers to know that there's some sort of security with the safeguard of a regulator?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Those that don't know UBRA stands for the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. This is an agency of government that was set up to regulate the establishment, management, and operation of retirement benefit schemes in Uganda. And to date, we've licensed over 65 retirement benefit schemes. These include the NSSF, as the chair has spoken. We have the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, to which our honorable member belongs to. We have the Makerere University Retirement Benefit Scheme and so many other retirement benefit schemes that have been set up by corporate entities to enable their employees save for retirement. So the question the moderator gave me is, what has UBRA done to see that there is a change or an improvement in this sector? As you're all aware, before UBRA was set, there was no governance, there was no regulator in this sector. And the number of schemes that existed then were doing business in whichever way they so wished. So when UBRA was established in 2011, it set up several regulations that have come in to set a governance framework in this sector. We have regulations for financial management and reporting, whereby all the licensed schemes are expected to report in a particular way and disclose to their members. And as you've seen the general audience, you've noticed that a number of schemes hold annual general meetings. This was not there before. This is one of the requirements that UBRA put in place to make sure that these schemes that collect members' money can be able to report back and account to the members in a transparent way. If you've collected this money, where have you invested it? What return are you giving to the members? We've also ensured licensing of the trustees. These are the people that make decisions in these schemes. We'll train them and license them to ensure that they make prudent decisions. This has also helped to enhance the trust in the sector. and also manage and mitigate the mismanagement of members' funds, because trustees know that they're now held accountable. There's a regulator that is going to check what they are doing. We also require these schemes to prepare audited financial accounts that are given to us on an annual basis. We assess these accounts. We have a supervision department that analyzes these financials. And wherever we see things that are not tallying or adding up, we hold these trustees accountable. We've also seen scenarios where trustees have been made to refund money, members' money, where you see that you've spent money that you shouldn't have spent, paid for costs that are not justifiable, you're made to return. This is all intended to ensure that the members' money is protected and members benefit. We have also seen more compliance since the regulator came into place. We have put in place a risk-based supervision system that helps us get timely feedback. Here, all the schemes give us their quarterly reports, and we're able to review and analyze. In case we see any inconsistencies, then call them to order. We have also embarked on public awareness, because we noticed that many Ugandans were not aware of the need to save for retirement. Many of us think that retirement is far away off. But before we realize, we have clocked 60, we have to retire, and we have not prepared anything. So this is one of the roles of UBRA, to educate every Ugandan, whether in the informal sector or formal sector, that at some point we shall all retire, but how have we prepared for our retirement? So every Ugandan is encouraged to save. We've also reached out to the informal sector workers to encourage them to save. As you're aware, they don't have a regular income like those of us in the informal employment. So we have devised means that enable them save as and when they get an income. And more to that, we have also put a program, a trustee training program, which would encourage all of you, even our honorable justices. It's a good program that helps you appreciate the entire retirement benefit sector perspective, and also all the trustees, such that as you do this work, as you arbitrate these retirement sector issues, this is an area that would be helpful. We've also been working together with the Ministry of Public Service and recommend our PS. Congratulations that the bill has been passed and assented to. UBRA was part of that process. We gave our feedback, and we also appreciate Parliament that you took our comments into consideration. This has been a challenge because this scheme was no longer sustainable. There was no way we could continue sustaining a public service scheme where members are not contributing. So with this new law that has been assented to, us as UBRA, this is an addition to the schemes that we are now managing, and it's also an achievement to the civil servants that you will no longer be given excuses that there is no money to pay your pension, because you'll be making a contribution, government makes a contribution, that way the scheme will be sustainable and you are assured of a pension as and when you retire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita, for detailing, all those initiatives. I think from the discussion, there's been a cry really about expanding coverage to the informal sector. Sometimes we have cited a lack of direct policy framework to allow the informal sector to actually mandatorily have some sort of retirement saving. So, Honorable Kunihira, in Parliament, I know lots of bills come to you. There's lots of discussions. Is there something coming up from Parliament to either reform this space, to include the informal sector, some sort of strategy that Parliament is coming up with?
Thank you, moderator. I want to stand on the protocol. I want also to thank the ministry for introducing this discussion to another level. As Parliament, you know our role, and one of them is to make legislations, to do the laws. And I think we have done our part. We have brought out reforms. For example, we worked on the NSSF Amendment Act, where we brought reforms to include voluntary savings. And from the presentation that was done by the MD of NSSF, I think you realize that they are progressing well. We need just to adjust maybe into the regulations to make sure that more people come on board. But also you must realize that we have two categories of informal workers. We have informal workers in the formal sector. We have workers working as casuals in the formal sector. I don't know how the ministry, the NSSF, together with the ministry, are going to find a solution. There are thousands of workers out there in the industries, factories, working throughout the year, but not saving at all. What is the strategy? For us, we are ready in case of an amendment, but looking at the reforms we did within the NSSF amendment, the law that we amended, we opened up the space. Every work at a workplace must save. You remember earlier there was a threshold which was removed by this law. So we are looking forward to see that every person who enters this hotel on a daily basis is also helped to save. We have also, they have mentioned, the UBRA person has also mentioned, UBRA is supposed also to register private schemes. And I think as of last time I read about you, you had around 60. I don't know if you still have that or more. I think there is a room. And as an entity, for us as parliament, we don't generate the laws of our own. The user entities must look at their law and see if it still stands to help in where they're supposed to help. For example, UBRA can come back and say, please improve here, and we go out and face other organizations or workplaces that are not yet on board and are not covered under NSSF, neither are they covered under the pension, the public pension. Those are some of the reforms we would expect from the user entities. I'm also happy to report that we handled the reforms to do with the public service, which is now going to be transformed into a contributory benefit to the workers, those more especially those in public service. But how do we capture both the workers in the informal sector and the workers in the informal workers in the formal settings? I think we need to first use the NSSF law, but the ministry can also come up with the proposals. As you are aware, as members of parliament, we cannot bring private bills which have a financial implication. But the bills can be generated from the ministry responsible for the social security, because they already have, the ministry has a very good national, the policy on social protection, the best. And you can drive a number of areas that we can come out with a law, and we are looking forward to make sure that we work together to improve on how we work with the informal sector. Also, there is a law on the Cooperatives Circles Act. If at all we can be helped with government to bring out some amendments on that act. Already people are saving, people out there in the informal sector, borders, taxis, market vendors, have created circles. Can we integrate in those circles an element of pension? Because normally they save and pick, but can they have a percentage that remains in the circle with an intention for future in times when they have retired from working even at the market vendors? You'd realize that as a country, we don't have a specific program for people who retire, whether from the formal sector or informal sector. Unlike other developed countries, they have homes for older persons. But here in Africa or in Uganda, we are still surviving through our traditional African families. When you age, you are going to live with your daughter or your son. Maybe if they are not there, you are living with grandchildren or relatives, which does not apply in some of those other countries. So we think if you amend the Cooperative Circles Act, you can be able to integrate in an element of saving for retirement. So as Parliament, we are looking forward for any new proposals and we are ready to push for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And I'm sure Dr. Ogong is going to come back on the issues you raised. What is NSSF doing? How can we support the informal sector to come in? But before Dr. Ogong comes in, Mr. Daniel Opio, I know Annabelle has really been present in especially the issue of inclusivity of all societies, be it formal, informal, community-based. Where are we on having these communities all involved and included in this saving, long-term saving?
Thank you. I also respect and stand on the protocol as stated. When I look at the panel, I see only formal workers who are contributing formally, and to the informal sector, I don't see anyone. Maybe next time, Commissioner, we can look out for farmers. They can also come and share their stories. At Enable, we are supporting informal workers, especially in agriculture and tourism, to have access to social protection mechanisms. We are working with village savings and loan associations in Albertine and Rwenzori. When we found them, they were saving to, these farmers were saving to pay school fees, to buy clothes for their children. And when they fell sick, they could not go back to the garden or to the park. So we introduced to them a model which is called savings for health. Beyond your saving to buy food or clothes, we enticed them to start saving for health, their own health. And we have about 500 village savings and loan associations. In those groups, there are about 11,000 members who save on daily basis for their own health. So what Enable has done is also to partner with community health service providers. Two of them, there is one called Kagando, and then another one, Kida. So these farmers who have saved in their groups are able to go to those health service providers to access better health. And I think if we can use or borrow that model for all other informal sector workers, I think we can reach a milestone. Between October 2023 to end of Feb, these farmers had saved up to 600 millions, and I think they are doing well. The issue of complications health-wise is not a problem anymore, and it is something that our commission and the team have been pushing so much for the rest of the country. So that's where we are. Our interventions are mainly in the informal sector with the farmers in those sectors. Thank you.
Honorable, thank you for, I'm glad that you raised that question, what is NSSF doing? Now, first of all, thank you, Parliament, for enacting that law, giving us the opportunity, the country, the opportunity to make voluntary savings. About 4.5 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, the regulations were signed and they are now active. The NSSF has launched Now, a product under that voluntary arrangement, what you keep hearing as Smart Life Flexi. This gives anybody, anywhere, in Uganda and even outside, to open an account, voluntarily contribute, and for now it's as low as 5,000 shillings. You can contribute as low as 5,000 shillings a time. But we're thinking that is even too high, considering that we were talking about affordability earlier. We want to lower that even in the regulations. So already we've hit the ground running on that. And how are we reaching the many people who are out there who are not saving? Two strategies. One, partnerships. We know that there are many organizations, regulators, companies, and so forth, who in their own right have a huge following. They have people they are dealing with. If we are looking, for instance, in the telecom industry, if we go to UCC, we know that they have a huge database of people that we can reach through them. If we go to Ministry of Public Service, there are so many people we can reach through them, and so forth and so forth. So we want to leverage on those partnerships as NSSF. We come and work with you. You then find a way of encouraging these people to make whatever they get, a portion of it becomes part of savings. Let's say, for instance, you're coming for a license to UBRA. UBRA would say, have you made contributions? Have you made savings towards your retirement? It becomes a requirement through that partnership. UCC, so forth and so forth. Partnerships, there are so many. Out there, you mentioned organizations, clubs, and so forth. We are already engaging so many circles. We are engaging women's groups. We've piloted them, and they work very well. They're so organized, and that is one way of doing it. Another channel that we are engaging is livelihood programs. Out there, women are organized. Men are not so organized, but they are also getting organized. We are tapping into those. And as they begin to earn through their different organizations, we encourage them to open accounts with NSSF, and it's working. I'm sorry we don't have much time, but there's a lot more we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogong. And I like how you threw a small blow to the men who are not organized and not saving in some organized groups. But just, I've seen Mr. Kasumba looking at, I'm looking this side so that I don't look at him to tell me what he wants to say. No PS, he wants just us away, so I don't want to look at him. But just to wind up, Rita, there was an issue of compliance raised. You know, you could talk about the challenges as a regulator that you face in enforcing compliance, but also quickly tell us some of those innovative, things we can have in place to ensure that we have everyone covered and everyone is compliant. In about a minute, as I side-eye Mr. Kas.
Thank you, Daisy. Regarding compliance, for example, in the informal sector, where they can only contribute voluntarily because they don't have a monthly income, they are encouraged to make the savings. And we have done a study that has showed us that even if you pushed them and compelled them, if they're even struggling to get food to eat, they'll have challenges contributing. But once you sensitize them about the importance of making these contributions and make it simple for them, for example, a boda person can contribute from wherever he is on his border. He just uses maybe mobile money and send. So these digital platforms can be leveraged to encourage compliance, as well as sensitization and public awareness, and also enhancing the trust. Once these people know that they've saved their money and it is there, and also they like introducing intermittent withdrawals. For example, it's not possible to convince them to keep money for 5 years when they have a short-term need. So if schemes can introduce, probably they keep 70% for the retirement and the 30% that can be used to meet their short-term needs. That way they can be encouraged to save, because they know I have money locked up for retirement, but in case I'm financially distressed, I can use the 30% to address my short-term needs. But more so awareness and partnerships, and also using existing platforms, or maybe the banks or their circles and associations that they belong to encourage them to save in addition to all the other things that they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. Going to the PS. Going to Madam PS, I know we've talked about, of course, the successes in the public service pension reform. As a government, and especially with the superintendency of the public service, as our leaders really, how can government lead initiatives that have this all-inclusiveness when it comes to retirement saving? What can government do to lead as an example? Yeah, I know in some countries they have had things like incentives. What can we see from government to contribute to this inclusiveness?
Thank you very much. For those who are not aware, the Ministry of Public Service is the pensions authority of government. And there are several ways in which we can do this, leading by example, bringing in inclusivity of all. One, with the new law, with the Public Service Pension Fund Act, even those who are going to resign will have access to their money because it will be contributory. That is one way. The other is on ensuring that there is equity of pay so that the disparities in the take-home, in the pension benefits is equal as well, which is not happening. We are progressively enhancing different cadres in government. By cadres, I mean professionals. I'm not talking about politics. That's one. The other is we have made proposals planning for low-cost housing so that everyone can be included in that. We are promoting through the pensioners associations savings and an investment culture so that even those savings that they have are sustainable and are cutting across to everyone. Everyone actually has earnings that can be stretched, can be invested and multiplied. Then there are others of promoting good governance, because governance has been one of the issues that has affected equity and the universality of Social Security. How are we doing this? By promoting the use of technology, like a human capital management system, so that we reduce the graft and the other issues that go with the monopoly of resources and reducing human access to the system, such that we eliminate manipulation. Government is also going ahead to benchmark from those who are doing it better so that we keep abreast with best practice. Other reforms, we are looking at the National Health Insurance Policy, and we're making proposals on how to promote other aspects. For example, inclusivity in access to transport, medical health care for all, inclusivity in terms of financial management and access to money in using the SACCOs, but also for those who are the unbanked, getting them to be on one platform, that they can also access finances like any other person. I would also like to delve a little beyond the Ministry of Public Service and what government is doing regarding Social Security. Enhancing rural electrification, expanding renewable energy sources to those who cannot afford it, including solar energy, distribution of gas, and the other is water, access to water, clean water for all, whether it is by gravity flow, or it is piped water, or it is all those things that are the full comprehensive package of social security. And really, that is what I can say. We could go, there are so many other aspects of social security. The other, which you're all aware of, is the parish development model, giving those who haven't had access to any money or the money economy access to that 1 million through their groups. So that is what government is doing. And Ministry of Public Service is a key stakeholder consulted on all these aspects and ensuring that service delivery is enhanced and there are standards that all government institutions can abide by so that we keep our people above the vulnerability levels. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. Daniel, your parting shots on the discussion we're having, especially you dealing with communities. And then Honorable will close us off with, of course, Parliament's outlook, really. Then you could also tell us if you're coming back next 2026. As we close, Daniel, 1 minute.
I think for us at Enable, we are open to work with partners like you. The cry I see here is about sensitizations and the legal environment. We can have discussions on how we can work together to see that we get the information to those who need it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I had already appreciated the ministry, but looking at the population of Uganda, I think it would be fair for the ministry to come up with a legal framework that can be introduced to Parliament specifically for the informal sector, saving, but also saving for retirement. That would be the best law you can make for the population of Uganda, more especially now that everyone is going into skilling, the young generation cannot find jobs, they are all joining the informal sector. So you must have a law which is very clear. Right now, as you know, the NSSF is voluntary. So we should have a mandatory law that makes everyone to save, however small they can afford. And we shall be happy if you present such a law. And I would like to make my final statement as, as mentioned here. As you know, I hold the leadership of Parliament as the chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, but I also chair a subcommittee on well-being and productivity on the Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget. So I've just started working. And in that regard, I'll be coming back again. And a number of my voters and supporters are already here. And I think they are in affirmative in supporting me.
Thank you very much, our panelists. I'm sure this discussion can be expanded in other fora, and we shall definitely pick it up with the PS, with the parliamentarians, and of course, Annabelle, with the support that you have, open. That opportunity is something that I'm sure government will take advantage of. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Kasumba, for indulging us.
I
I live in a house of 8, and I'm the only man. So I'm used to being managed with or without my will. There's nothing we can vote on at home because the ground is not level. So I think at my house I'm also planning affirmative action, but in reverse order. So when the ladies speak, I have learned to keep quiet and let them do their thing. Because whatever they say you are not being a gentleman. And that's how you are managed. And they know I want to be one, so. But I also had a suggestion that women groups are organized, and then it is men that are not organized. So I wondered, have men ever been organized? Perhaps they will be in heaven when they get a very special miracle. But here on earth, organizing men requires women. My Lord, you have a personal experience to that end. A story you will tell on another day. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call in our last presenter, who has assured me that he is as spent and naked as we are. And he has a presentation that is short. It will take him about 48 minutes. And that one will not be presented. It is the abridged version of 1.5 minutes that he will give. I think you see what I did. And that tells you everything you need to know. Let me take this privilege to welcome the last presenter of the evening, Mr. Matthew Krentziel, the country representative, UNHCR. And he is going to give us the abridged version on the idea of advancing refugee inclusion for sustainable economic development, given the idea that our model of dealing with refugees here in Uganda is a global template. It's one of those areas in which the globe comes here to benchmark. Those of you who go to benchmarking tours, I am very good at covering them. So when you go bench,
You gave me 1.5 minutes and you took one out of that. Honorable Minister Anyakun, PS of Ministry of Public Service, Honorable Member of Parliament, or if there are more members of Parliament. And I know there are so many dignitaries here, so excuse me if I miss any name, all protocols observed. It's indeed an honor to have this opportunity to have a conversation on a group which is quite marginalized, that is refugees. But first of all, before I go into those details, because everything I say here, Honorable Anyakun knows it even better than me, since he was the State Minister for Refugees before joining the current ministry. It's also an opportunity to thank Uganda for its leadership in hosting refugees. The biggest refugee hosting nation in Africa, and one of the biggest in the world. Uganda is acclaimed everywhere for its generosity, but I've always been saying that Uganda should not be a victim of its own generosity, given the huge numbers of refugees that are coming, and oftentimes the perception of the burden that they come with. Currently, we have 1.85 million refugees in the country, and they keep coming. Over the past 3 years, every month we've had 10 to 12,000 refugees coming into Uganda. In fact, this year is getting even more serious. Last month, about 19,000 came to Uganda, majority from the DRC. This month, today is 24th, we have about 18,000 already here alone. So far, from the beginning of the year, we have about 85,000 refugees coming in. So, why are they coming in? Nobody runs from frying pan to fire. They are coming in because it is safer, it's secure, it's more friendly. That is why they are coming in. So sometimes it's all of us. I mean, if you have a very hospitable home, your relatives visit you a lot. So it's also a recognition of the peace and security that Uganda enjoys. That's why everybody is coming here. But then this number actually constitutes about 3.5% compared to the population of Uganda. It's small but significant. Significant in the sense that refugees are hosted in an area which is 2 times the size of Nairobi. Those who have gone to Nairobi, we should just put this in perspective. About 1,164 square kilometers. No country in the world has done that. So this is something to recognize. With this comes a lot of burden, responsibility, and so on and so forth. But thanks to the generosity of Uganda, not only the government, but the people themselves, local governments have opened their doors wide to receive refugees here in the country. If you have 1.8 million refugees, the perception, I think there's the need for a paradigm shift here. The perception that they come with burden should be tampered with in the sense that they can be an asset as well. Of the 1.85 million refugees who are here, over 1 million of them are within the ages of 14 to 64. I guess that is the age bracket for, I mean, according to the laws of the country, that people can actually work. And of this, 490,000 of them are from 18 to 30, 34 years alone. So this is a powerhouse of labor, a powerhouse of expertise that can be harnessed for the benefit of refugees. You know, when UNHCR was set up, and I know that when Uganda adopted this model of hosting refugees in settlements and settled them everywhere, the assumption was that they were going to go back very soon. If they were going to go back very soon, communities availed land to them. The government gazetted land to them. But after several decades, they are here. Initially, even when UNHCR was set up, it was assumed that maybe within 5 years or so, refugees will go back to their countries. But experience has shown that on the average, they stay in asylum countries for about 17 years on the average. Some stay for decades, especially in a place like Uganda where they find a lot of hospitality. Some stay for decades. If they are going to do so, then this must be taken into consideration in any programs that we design for refugees. Initially, at the onset of after the Second World War, when UNHCR was set up to handle refugee matters and so on and so forth, like I said, it was assumed that within 5 years they will go back. So refugees were even being educated in the curriculum of their countries of origin, because very soon they are going to go back and to help them reintegrate. But if they are going to stay on average of 17 years, 20, 30 years, then it is prudent that you educate them in the curriculum of the country of asylum, so that during these years they can contribute meaningfully. There will be a good economic power whilst in asylum and not a burden. But then, this said, educating them in the country, in the curriculum of the country of asylum, and also availing them of opportunities to be able to work and contribute to the economy of the country of asylum is fundamental. Otherwise, like they say, the devil has got work for idle hands. Then they will become a burden. That is why I'm very pleased to acknowledge that the Refugee Act of 2006 and the regulations of 2010 make way for refugees to get to work in Uganda, even though procedurally there could be a few administrative bottlenecks here and there. But compared to many countries, this is super, that refugees can go everywhere, can settle everywhere in the country and work and contribute towards the economy. In 2023, December, and Honorable Anyakun was there when Uganda made a pledge to create job opportunities for about 300,000 refugees. How would that be achieved? Through economic inclusion, through access to employment. And here there has been a lot of debate. How can we make employment available to refugees when Ugandans are themselves looking for employment? It's a question that is legitimate. But then you will also agree that if you have skills wherever you go, and many Ugandans have been refugees elsewhere, it doesn't take you long to find a job. Of the Sudanese population that is here, they have a very high percentage of them who have university degrees. Some have already secured jobs since they came, thanks to the work environment here in Uganda. But then many refugees would still face challenges of discrimination, challenges of under-recognition of their skills and their qualifications. So this is where I make a humble appeal to potential employers to take this into consideration, because otherwise it's a double jeopardy, as somebody will put it. You are here as a refugee, you have all these difficulties and challenges that any normal human being will face in a developing country like Uganda. And on top of that, you still face some bottlenecks assessing work. So I'm sure it might be on your minds, what are we doing to address this problem as UNHCR? We have shifted from what do you call it, strategy of engaging directly in creating livelihoods opportunities for refugees. Well, that is not our area of expertise. But we have a number of organizations, but over 60 of them, who are availing livelihood opportunities for refugees in the settlements. And all our programs target both refugees and the host communities as well. And this clearly, this approach is in line with many of the instruments that you are aware of. I don't want to bore you with too much theory and details of the Sustainable Development Goals and so on and so forth. But it's quite in line that refugees, as well as the host communities, are provided similar opportunities to access employment wherever they are. It is worth noting that for many of these refugees, we have recorded cases of suicide among them. And among the men, one of the main reasons why they commit suicide is idleness. That being a man, you don't have any access to employment, you feel incapable of looking after your family. Many of the men commit suicide because of this. And many of the women also attempt suicide. The men are very successful, but the women attempt, and then a lot of them fail. So if you are planning to attempt suicide with your partner and spouse, as men, know that yes, men are usually more successful than the women in this endeavor. As sad as it may be, it is something that is like a stigma, and therefore we should do everything possible to ensure that refugees don't sink so low that they even go to the extent of attempting suicide. UNHCR is doing everything possible to coordinate livelihood interventions, as well as provide data on refugees, so that all the partners involved in livelihood activities would use a similar data to avoid double dipping. One particular refugee family benefiting from several partners who are implementing refugee programs is something that we are ensuring that this is avoided and signing data sharing agreements with all these partners and so on and so forth. If I don't stop here, I don't stop myself here, I'll continue talking for the whole evening. Well, it's a subject I'm very, very passionate about. And once again, let me close by thanking the government of Uganda and people of Uganda for making it possible for refugees to have access to employment, and also to encourage you to do more, because as they are here, they shouldn't be seen as a burden, but rather as an asset for the growth of the economy. Thank you.
I'll ask you to play that video as well. Just play that video for us. Thank you. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see 'em bloom for me and you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright, blessed day. Well, then I, sacred night, well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the skies, are also on the faces of Ugandans going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? There it is saying, I love you. Well, I hear babies crying. I'll watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world I am. Everything that has a beginning does have an end. To the end we have come. turn to your neighbor and say, you made it. You just made it. You made it. Yeah, we made it to the end. And I've got a few announcements to make before I ask my sister to come and close the third annual National Labor Convention and Expo 1. There is a World Day for Safety and Health 2025, and that is going to be celebrated on a Monday the 28th. You don't have to look at your calendar. Monday the 28th is the coming Monday, and we shall be at the Uganda Industrial Research Center, and that will be in Namamve. So you are all invited. Then you're also invited to attend by invitation the celebrations of the World International Labor Day. That will be in the beautiful plains of Nakapiripirit. That's by invitation. But if you don't get that invitation, you can invite yourself to NBS television and you will watch. That one will be free of charge. So you can watch on NBS television or on any other television. Some of you prefer to watch other things, which is okay. But if you are into the real thing, then you know what to watch. That said, ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting your hands together now that I'm inviting the Honorable Minister, the last one standing, to come and close this wonderful engagement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, yesterday when I entered here, he made a comment that tall people were near God. Now he has increased my height to go more near. I'm here going to read a verbatim message from Deputy Speaker. He sent his apologies in the last minute. I've just seen the photos. He's at the burial in Rokari at Kashali, where our late friend passed on, and today is the burial. So I'm going to read verbatim, but of course we are all prospective human beings. You never know I'll be there next time. I'll stand on all the protocols here again because of time. I'm honored to be with you all here in this third annual National Labor Convention and EXPO 2025. I want to appreciate all the members, both present physically and online, for sparing time to attend this 2 days function. The theme for this year's convention has been on strengthening compliance to employment law, a prerequisite for decent jobs, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. This theme has really been timely, and I would like to urge all of you, especially the leaders of the workers, employers, to take on emerging recommendations over the last 2 days to champion compliance, protect workers' rights, and shape prosperous and inclusive Uganda. Members present, allow me utilize this opportunity to highlight the role of Parliament in its crucial theme of this year. Parliament plays a crucial role in strengthening compliance with employment laws, which are essential to creating decent jobs, fostering economic empowerment, and promoting inclusive growth. Through this legislative mandate, Parliament enacts the updates labor laws to align with international standards and evolving workforce needs. It also exercises oversight over the exclusive branches to ensure effective enforcement of employment regulations and protection of the workers' rights. On this note, I'd like to thank the ministers from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development for the work done in this tenure of the August House. Several landmarks bills have been enacted in areas of labour and employment, underscoring the ministry's dedication to promoting workers' rights and welfare. Notably, the Employment Bill 2023, Occupational Safety and Health Bill 2024, and other bills for rationalization of gender special interest groups initiative. Relations and institutions under the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. I wish to take note that Parliament is an important stakeholder and is in a better position to support the intervention related to the strengthening compliance of employment law and enacting decent job creation in this country. Parliament has recently presided over the preparation of funds for key labor and employment interventions. Furthermore, the key policy pronouncements have been made by Parliament to ensure an adherence to decent work requirements in the manufacturing sector of this economy. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Parliament's unwavering support for the Ministry's effort towards promoting decent work and employment opportunities across the country. We are ready to engage with the Ministry and any other stakeholders to deliberate on such discussions that are aimed to ensure that the country realizes a world of work free of violations relations to rights of employment. With these remarks, this is the Speaker. I officially declare the third annual National Labour Convention and Expo 2025 closed. I wish you all safe travels and journey mercies as you all return to your respective destination. For God and my country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to address you now as a minister to thank everyone who is here, who has been here for the last 2 days. It shows the patience and the love for the sector. We are very delighted as Minister of Gender to have all of you here. And from yesterday, for 2 days, the discussions have been very, very, very wonderful. Since yesterday, the presentations and everything. And my brother announced where the next International Labour Day will be celebrated. With a great pleasure, I want to invite all of you, whether you have the invitation card or you don't have, as long as you're here, it means you have labor workers' issues at heart. So let's join the people of Nakapripit, the people of Uganda, the people of Karamoja on the 1st of May. People might be worried about the distance. If you left here as early enough, in 4 hours, you'll be in Nakapripit at the venue. But if you want also to come and spend a night in Bale, in 1 hour's time, you'll be in Nakapripit at the venue. So we have the best roads so far in the entire country, I must tell you that. It is one of the newest roads we have in the entire country. So there is no problem with the road. If you want milk, you'll have the milk. If you want meat in all forms, roasted, boiled, mkarango, you will have it when you're in Karamoja. Dressing code, you can come with a shuka. I know what he's trying to say. But please come to Nakapripit and join us. We'll be very, very grateful. We shall be having His Excellency the President, and the people of Karamoja will welcome you. God bless you all. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure meeting all of you. We will see you again on Monday. Have a very good evening. Remember to tune in at 9 p.m. See you soon. Bye-bye.